and they will serve you in life. Mr. Speaker, at a time when our nation is focused on preparing the next generation for leadership, service, and success, this team stands as a powerful example of what happens when students are supported, challenged, and inspired. They didn't just win games, they represented their school, their families, and their community with honor. They made history, and they made Magnolia proud. Congratulations to the Magnolia Junior High 7th grade boys basketball team, the 25-26 undefeated district champions. May their example continue to inspire us all. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Member yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Loving God, how is it that we are so graced to enjoy each day the embrace of your everlasting arms? There is not a day that goes by that you do not provide us, if we have ears to hear and eyes to see, evidence of your steadfast love and kindness. Though there is much in this world, in our lives, and even in our own minds that seeks to convince us otherwise, nothing can overshadow or separate us from your unconditional and unwavering devotion to each person. Your love is invincible, even in the face of danger and death. Many waters cannot quench it. Torrents of rain or any reign of terror cannot extinguish it. Neither our fears for today nor our worries about tomorrow, not even the powers of hell, can conquer your insurmountable love for us. May we trust in your boundless compassion and live this day believing that we are called, in response to your grace and mercy, to be worthy reflections of your redeeming love. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. First, does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Led by House Republicans with Speaker Mike Johnson, President Donald Trump has signed the Working Families Tax Cuts Act into law. As a result, the tax code will be simplified for 90% of families, turning tax season of dread into a season of historic relief. Families will pay no taxes on the first $31,500 earned. As these tax credits are retroactive to 2025, the average refund is projected to increase by $1,000, with a total of $91 billion of additional refunds to return to American families this spring, allowing hardworking families to keep their own money. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, mocking Trump, attacking civilian utilities in Ukraine to freeze the Ukrainians to death, as Stalin starved Ukrainians to death. As Americans endure freezing temperatures, war criminal Putin is murderously destroying the infrastructure of Ukraine, freezing Ukrainians now at the incredibly disgusting situation of no electricity, no heat, no water, betraying a pledge by war criminal Putin that he would not destroy the utilities. And this is the people of Ukraine are facing temperature at 4 degrees and freezing to death by war criminal Putin. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which recorded votes or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6, Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-3705, the Semi-Quincentennial Congressional Time Capsule Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3705, an act to provide for the creation of a congressional time capsule in commemoration of the semi-quincentennial of the United States and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, will each have control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include additional material on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I urge my colleagues to support S-3705, the Semi-Quincentennial Congressional Time Capsule Act. This is the Senate companion to H.R. 6243, introduced by my colleagues, Representatives Bonnie Watson-Coleman, Robert Aderholt, Maria Salazar, and Dwight Evans. This nonpartisan legislation would authorize the burial of a time capsule in the Capitol Visitor Center to mark the 250th anniversary of our nation's independence. This time capsule is one way that Congress will participate in the nation's year-long celebration of liberty and independence. Amidst our toughest challenges of the day, this legislation reminds us that we can all work together. Under the bill, leaders from both parties will work alongside the architect of the Capitol to compile the capsule's contents. This will include a letter from congressional leadership, books, manuscripts, relics, memorabilia, and more. I'm optimistic that the contents of this capsule will reflect what makes this country great, as well as the challenges we face during this time. The capsule will remain sealed until July 4th, 2276, and the burial site will be marked by a plaque approved by the Committee on House Administration and the Senate Rules and Administration Committee. I thank the ranking member, Mr. Morelli, for working with me on this effort, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of S-3705, which is, I believe, the original companion to H.R. 469, and I want to thank my friend and fellow House Administrator, fellow House Appropriator, Ms. Bice, for her comments and her support of this important legislation. As I have previously noted on the floor, this bipartisan legislation would authorize the architect of the Capitol to bury a time capsule commemorating the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 2026, to be opened on our nation's 500th anniversary in the year 2276. The items in the capsule will be determined by bipartisan, bicameral congressional leaders and include written materials relating to the anniversary representations of notable legislative and institutional milestones, and a message from this Congress to our future colleagues in the 244th Congress. I did say last year I'd hope to be there at the opening. I'm not sure that's possible, but I'm going to do everything I can. But this year's celebration of America's anniversary offers an opportunity to reflect on the resilience of the American experiment. Our nation has faced countless tests to our strength and our unity, including a civil war, 2 world wars, natural disasters, and more. Yet through each of these profound challenges, this country has endured and continued to strive toward the ideals set forth in the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago. During this time of deep division and heightened partisanship, this anniversary reminds us of our shared responsibility to uphold the values of liberty and equality that have defined this nation for 2.5 centuries. I again want to thank the Semi-Quincentennial Commission for its leadership and planning for this momentous occasion. And I particularly commend my colleague, Congresswoman Watson Coleman, for her leadership in advancing the bill. And I also want to recognize the service of a fellow New Yorker, former House Representative Joe Crowley, whose time and talents have made an indelible mark on the Commission's achievements. I look forward to seeing the items chosen for the time capsule, and which I may not be able to see when they're opened, but I do encourage my colleagues. It's an important measure. It's an important part of our history and our legacy, and look forward to its passage. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from the great state of New Jersey and the author of this bill, Member Bonnie Watson Coleman.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Madam Speaker, the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776 marked a turning point, not just in our nation's history, but in the global pursuit of democracy and self-governance. The work remains unfinished, and each generation has been tasked with carrying it forward. As we approach the 250th anniversary of that moment, Congress has a responsibility to reflect honestly on where we've been and what we will choose to pass on. This legislation authorizes the architect of the Capitol to create a time capsule to be sealed and buried in the Capitol Visitor Center, where it would be unsealed on our nation's 500th anniversary on July 4th, 2276. And while we won't be there to open it, we should be there to see what goes into it. The capsule will include items, as has been mentioned, that capture the institutional history of Congress, significant legislative milestones, and a message from the 119th Congress to those who will serve long after we're gone. As a co-founder and co-chair of the American 250 Caucus, I'm proud to see this legislation move forward as a part of our nation's 250th anniversary. As I said, none of us will be here when this capsule is open. That is the point, our responsibility to the generations who will inherit the consequences of our choices. What we do in this chamber every day is history. What we choose to speak up for and speak out against, it defines us. And it will be the legacy that we leave for every governing body that holds this space for years to come. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to mention my colleague, Mr. Morelli, referenced opening the capsule in 2276, and I too would love to see the contents. Although I do wonder if our future colleagues would look at the contents and think, why did they put books in here? Because it may be a little bit technologically behind by the time it's opened. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as may be consumed to the gentleman from Alabama, my fellow appropriator, Mr. Adelholt, to speak on the bill.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I rise today to speak on the Bill 3705, the Semi-Quincentennial Congressional Time Capsule Act that was led by Congresswoman and fellow Commissioner on the Semi-Quincentennial Commission, Bonnie Watson Coleman, and also by Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina. This bill, of course, makes technical changes to Representative Watson Coleman's bipartisan House-passed bill, House Bill 469, to create a congressional time capsule in the commemoration of the semi-quincentennial. I think it should be clearly pointed out here that this bill is truly bipartisan, and it is bicameral. It's a piece of legislation that requires the four corners of the congressional leadership to agree on the contents of the capsule, including a joint letter. And I look forward to the final products of this legislation and look forward to seeing what will be in it. Again, this will be something that we all can agree on, and it's great to be working at a time where we can all work together and celebrate our nation's birthday for this 250th celebration. So at this time, I yield back and ask my colleagues to vote yes on the legislation. Thank you.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I'll reserve, and I don't know if the gentlelady's.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Oklahoma.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York.
Yes, thank you,
I was going to call him.
Madam Speaker. I think for all the reasons that have been described, this is an important part of maintaining the history of the last 250 years and making certain that we preserve this so that future generations will know how we got here and how we see the world. I agree with Ms. Bice. Books may not be particularly relevant 250 years from now, and I suppose we should not write in cursive because people won't know what that means. But this is really important. I think it's a reflection of the amazing American experiment, and I'll look forward to the bill being signed. And I hope and I pray that 250 years from now, we will have moved towards, in the words of Jefferson, a more perfect union. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York yields. Gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could not have said it any better myself, and with that, I urge my colleagues to support S3705, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3705? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Swap committees now.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5616 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5616, a bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to require the Secretary of the Treasury to mint and issue $2.50 numismatic coins and $2.50 circulating coins and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank Madam Chair. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the purpose of this bill.
Objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of my good friend, Mr. Adderhout's bill, the $2.50 for America's 250th Act. The greatest experiment in the history of the world, the United States of America, is still going stronger than ever. And 2026 marks our nation's 250th birthday, an incredible feat as our founders came together, found common ground, and voted to declare independence from Great Britain. Over the past 250 years, America has embodied the shining city on the hill that John Winthrop envisioned in his famous 1630 sermon. Grounded in the ideas at the heart of the Declaration that all men are created equal and that governments derive their power not from the divine right of kings, but from the consent of the people, the United States has made the world more free and more prosperous over our 2.5 centuries. To celebrate our semi-quincentennial, H.R. 5616 would authorize the United States Treasury Department to issue special $2.50 numismatic coins. This continues a long tradition of marking significant milestones with coins that give everyday Americans tangible reminders of these historic moments. Mr. Adderholt and I are both old enough, Madam Speaker, to recall the bicentennial tradition of that feature of special coin or printed bill issuance, and how our grandfathers instilled in us American history and a love of country. We were not there for the first $250 coin authorized under the legislation that we have today, because it marked the 150th anniversary of the United States a century ago. America is the land of freedom and the beacon of hope for many around the world, something that all of us have the privilege and honor of living here, should never take for granted, and certainly no one on this House floor who have the privilege of representing our citizens take for granted. Every day I wake up proud to be an American, and I thank Mr. Adderholt for his contribution in celebrating 250 years of independence. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise to speak on H.R. 5616, the $2.50 for America 250th Act, sponsored by Representative Adderholt. This legislation directs the Treasury Secretary to mint and issue a $2.50 collectible coin to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence last year. Under this bill, the Treasury would also conduct a study to evaluate minting and issuing a separate $2.50 coin for wide circulation in the United States. For starters, I'm glad this legislation now considers the cost effectiveness of a potential $2.50 bill circulating coin. This is important, especially as President Trump's abrupt decision to stop production of the coin last year without any meaningful plan created problems that retailers, banks, and consumers are still dealing with today. This is the mess we are now forced to clean up. Additionally, to be clear, I was deeply concerned by the language in the introduced version of this legislation, which may have been interpreted by the Treasury Secretary to allow him to select a new design for a $2.50 coin. We're already witnessing how Secretary Besant has exploited loopholes and ignored existing laws, resulting in the Treasury minting a $1 coin bearing Trump's image. The Treasury's decision to put Donald Trump's face, a living president, on our currency is illegal and reminiscent of a monarchy, which 250 years ago our country firmly rejected. I was happy to see that this bill makes it explicit that Trump's face cannot be on this collectible coin. Furthermore, as we speak of the ideals of the Declaration of Independence, we would be horribly amiss not to recognize the violence taking place in this country. Since taking office, the Trump administration has established a legacy of violence and cruelty. Trump's administration has empowered and unleashed brutal attacks against Latino, Black, and countless other communities. They have locked up children and killed innocent people without fear of consequences. And they celebrate this cruelty and unapologetically mock the victims. Therefore, as we attempt to commemorate the founding principles of this country, we must not turn a blind eye to the very real destruction that is taking place right here, right now. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas
Madam
is
Speaker,
recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I'd now like to recognize the author of this bill for our semi-quincentennial, the gentleman from the 4th District of Alabama, the chair of the House Labor and Health Subcommittee on Appropriations, Mr. Adholt. I recognize him for such time as he may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to speak on the bill that, as the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee just mentioned, I was privileged to introduce. It's a bicameral, it's a bipartisan, $2.50 for America's 250 Act, in partnership with Congresswoman and fellow U.S. Semi-Quincentennial Commissioner Bonnie Watson-Coleman, as well as Commissioners Congresswoman Maria Salazar and Congressman Dwight Evans. I do want to thank the chair and the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee for their support for this piece of legislation as we have tried to put it together. This bill authorizes the Secretary of the Treasury to issue a $2.50 collectible anniversary coin and a viability study for a potential circulating $2.50 coin for everyday use for every American. The collectible coin will feature the historical design originally issued for America's 150th anniversary. This coin will memorialize and celebrate our moment in American history. I'm grateful for the partnership of my House and Senate colleagues, especially as the America 250 caucus is now the largest congressional caucus in U.S. history with bipartisan leadership in both chambers. As a founding member of the U.S. Semi-Quincentennial Commission that was tasked in preparing for our nation's 250th anniversary celebration, it has been a privilege over the past decade to work on bipartisan legislation to honor 250 years of America's independence. Before I go on, I must recognize what a privilege it has been to serve with my Democrat sponsor of this legislation, Bonnie Watson-Coleman. Unfortunately, she is retiring after this Congress following an incredible trailblazing career. She will be missed, and her voice will be missed in committee, in this chamber, and the entire institution. And I want to thank her for her service to our nation and to America 250 Commission in particular. Madam Speaker, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence was a turning point in the history of the United States and also the world, one that warrants national recognition. I'm honored to speak in support of the bill that recognizes this landmark moment of our collective history through a coin that links our nation's past to its present and to its future. In particular, as someone who fondly remembers, as the chairman mentioned, the bicentennial celebration, even though we were very young at the time, these coins were issued for that occasion at that time. And these coins gave parents, gave families, gave community members the opportunity to obtain a physical keepsake to pass down for the next generation. This is exactly what this legislation would do as well. I know that my parents passed some of this circulating coin down to me, and I still have them as well. This legislation will also carry on the example by the 68th Congress that celebrated our nation's 150th anniversary by authorizing the United States Mint to commemorate the 150th anniversary of America's independence. Beside me right here is an image of the historical design that was used back in 1926. This bill puts strict design parameters around the new $2.50 coin to continue that tradition. The only changes that will be made to update is to reflect and celebrate another century that has passed since this coin was put into circulation 100 years ago. As America marks its 250th anniversary this year, the coin will honor the same ideas and the values that was recognized back then for the sesquicentennial in 1926. Every citizen deserves the opportunity to acquire such a coin as a means to connect the founding principles to liberty, democracy, and self-governance. The 250th anniversary coin for the 250th anniversary provides an opportunity for the American people to engage with and to take personal ownership of their national heritage through a tangible and lasting tribute. In addition to the congressionally authorized activities already planned by the Mint, this new anniversary coin will serve not only as a lasting tribute to the founding generations, but to the ideals that we share with them to this very day. But it also as a unifying and an educational gesture on the occasion of the 250th or the semi-quincentennial that we celebrate. In this day and age, I can find no issue more worthy of Congress's attention than an initiative that codifies our unity and reminds us that there will always be more that unites us than divides us. Again, I want to thank my colleague, Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and her work with me on this piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote for this initiative and to follow in the footsteps of our predecessors in the 68th Congress in 1926 that set an example that will last for generations to come. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Jersey. Has put a lot of work in on this, Ms. Watson-Coleman, and she is a co-chair of the 250 caucus, and she serves on the Semi-Quintennial Commission. Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Rep. Waters from the great state of California. And let me just say, I enjoyed working on this endeavor with my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Adderholt. It has been a pleasure. Madam Speaker, in 1776, the Declaration of Independence put into writing a set of ideals that reshaped this nation and influenced the world. Every major anniversary since has given Americans a chance to reflect on those principles and what they require of us. The $2.50 coin for America's 250 Act continues a long tradition of commemorating our nation's milestones through coinage. This bill authorizes the Treasury to issue a circulating and collectible $2.50 coin modeled on the design first issued for the America's 150th anniversary. That earlier coin connected Americans to their shared history through something tangible and accessible to all. This legislation does the very same as we prepare for the semi-quincentennial. As a co-founder and co-chair of the America 250 Caucus and a member of the America 250 Commission, I am so grateful for the partnership with Rep. Adderholt and my House colleagues on this bipartisan basis as we prepare the nation's celebration of America's 250th birthday, which I pray is bicameral, bipartisan, and able to be enjoyed by all the people in this country. I yield back and I thank you.
The gentleman from California reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the minority is ready.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
Seeing no further
Mr.
speakers.
Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. This legislation gives us an opportunity to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, the ideals and founding principles of our country, like the rule of law and separation of powers. Individual freedom, dignity, and equality are ruthlessly being undermined today by this administration. I hope this chamber's commitment to America's founding principles is not merely symbolic, like somewhat like the coin, but will be represented in our commitment to protect these principles and exercise our responsibilities to democracy in the Constitution. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I'd like to thank Ms. Watson-Coleman for all of the work that she has put on America's 250. Thank you so very much. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I really want to thank Mr. Adderholt for, again, using this historic precedent to, again, have a numismatic memory of our semi-quincentennial with this $2.50 coin. I commend him for his work, for his loyalty to his country, and for his service to the people in Alabama. And for all those reasons that I explained earlier, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5616 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6644 as amended.
The clerk will read the title of the report.
H.R. 6644, a bill to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support today of our collaborative, bipartisan bill entitled Housing for the 21st Century Act. Americans across our nation have faced the tough reality of out-of-control costs because of the recent spike in inflation coming out of the pandemic. President Trump has prioritized addressing affordability, and the Financial Services Committee has been working on solutions in our committee's area of jurisdiction. Alongside Ranking Member Waters, Chairman Flood of our Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Ranking Member Mr. Cleaver of our Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, together we have introduced the Housing for the 21st Century Act to deliver a straightforward approach to housing, building more homes, removing barriers standing in the way with an eye towards driving down that marginal cost of a new unit. Housing 21 will streamline approvals and simplify federal and local housing process to give rural and urban communities the tools they need to build homes faster. And importantly, our bill helps banks access stable deposit funding, streamlines the exam process that's tailored particularly for our vital community banks, and helps promote more community banks to do what they do best: lend locally, support their communities. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, that all of us know on this House floor, without our community banks, without vigorous lending, homes don't get built. Our communities and regional banks play a key role in that housing construction ecosystem. When there are not enough homes, prices go up. Housing for the 21st Century Act includes real bipartisan solutions to expand supply, lower costs, and more importantly, give our families more options. Let's deliver this real solution and return the housing market back to working for the very people that it should serve, the very people we do serve in the People's House. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6644, the Housing for the 21st Century Act, sponsored by myself and, of course, by Chairman Representative Hill, Cleaver, and Flood. Our housing and homelessness crisis has reached a breaking point as millions of Americans each night struggle to find a decent and stable and affordable place to live. The struggle has real faces of our children's, teachers, working mothers, veterans, and of course, children from all over the country. And this struggle is in our rural towns, urban areas, and suburban neighborhoods across America. On any given night, 800,000 people are experiencing homelessness in the United States of America. Rents nationwide have soared by 47%, and home prices have skyrocketed 57%. Incomes haven't kept pace with these increases, which means housing eats up more and more of a family's paycheck. As the lead Democrat on the House Financial Services Committee, it has been my mission to fight to end this homeless and housing crisis. And the Housing for the 21st Century Act is a critical first step in that mission. Passed in committee with overwhelming bipartisan support, H.R. 6644 sets the stage for building and preserving more affordable homes in our neighborhoods. It makes many long overdue improvements to housing programs, expands local development opportunities, and broadens access to home ownership. H.R. 6644 also includes a dozen bipartisan provisions to help small banks like community development financial institutions, that is the CDFIs, and minority depository institutions, the MDIs, helps meet the housing and other needs of our constituency. The bill also addresses concerns from the 2023 bank crisis that will now promote a safe, sound, and competitive banking system, one that doesn't threaten our housing markets or our economy. This package represents a historical bipartisan agreement, and I'm proud that Mr. Hill and I, along with Mr. Flood and Mr. Cleaver, has been able to work together to prioritize the housing needs of millions of Americans and advance this legislation. I also want to highlight House and committee Democrats who worked tirelessly with me on this package. H.R. 6644 includes 25 provisions that come directly from bills championed and introduced by House Democrats and another 16 provisions that House Democrats co-led. I'm excited that it includes my bill, H.R. 5767, which would allow cities to use CDBG funds towards affordable housing construction. It also includes H.R. 6774, which would finally create a pilot program at the Federal Housing Administration to offer small dollar mortgages. And it includes my bill, H.R. 6773, to direct cities across America to finally publish a database of their unused land so that developers may be able to bid on it and build more housing. I'm pleased that it includes my bill, H.R. 4544, to encourage the formation of new banks, including CDFIs and MDIs, so that borrowers will have more options when they want to buy a home. And while we come today to pass this final initial bill, let me be clear. Much more work is needed. We can't pass this bill, call it a night, and then claim this affordable housing and homelessness crisis is over. A significant problem warrants a significant response, which means we need significant federal investments to solve this crisis. So I hope that this administration is watching today and learns something about true bipartisanship and getting things done for the American people. Our bill is the type of bipartisan work that's needed to tackle the crisis facing Americans, and meaningless tweets, empty promises, and costly tariffs, and ridiculous policies like the 50-year mortgage. While this affordability crisis rages on, Congress can act tonight to support Americans looking for real housing solutions. That is why I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Jill Mormon reserves her time. Distinguished gentleman, the young chairman of the committee from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me include in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Objection, be so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, from Los Angeles, California to the capital city in Arkansas, Little Rock, we've heard directly, Mr. Cleaver's heard directly from Kansas City. Our members hear directly about what's wrong at HUD, how can we improve these programs and make them work for the American people, how can they have more accountability, more effectiveness for the taxpayer dollars that are expended. And that's at the heart of the work that Mr. Cleaver and Mr. Flood have done, as I say, benefiting a big city like the Los Angeles Basin all the way to a capital city like Little Rock, Arkansas, and certainly to Lincoln, Nebraska, where I'm so pleased to have the leadership of Mike Flood, who serves as the chair in this Congress of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee. Mr. Flood has spent a lot of time working with Mr. Cleaver to do exactly that. How do we make these programs more effective for the American people? I yield 3 minutes to the author of the bill, Mr. Flood of Nebraska.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, and my counterpart on the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Ranking Member Cleaver, for all of your work on this package. This is how Congress is supposed to work. We all worked hard to bring forth a bipartisan housing bill that addresses housing affordability. The Housing for the 21st Century Act cuts costs, slashes red tape, and will increase housing supply. There is no question the legislation before us is a historic rewriting of our housing laws to bring our housing market into the 21st century. According to the National Association of Realtors, the median annual existing home price in 2024 was up 69% relative to 1995, and that figure is adjusted for inflation. The realtors also have data showing the median age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old, an absolutely astounding figure. Some estimates put the gap between housing supply and demand at about 3.85 million, while other estimates show it to be 5 million units. This housing affordability challenge affects everyone, from young people saving up for their first home to middle-class workers, working as hard as they can to provide for their family, just trying to make the rent. There's no silver bullet for fixing this problem, but I think this legislation includes a range of meaningful housing reforms that will add to housing supply and ultimately decrease housing costs. I'd like to take a moment to highlight a few provisions that I think will make a difference. Section 104 and 105 of the bill works to right-size the environmental reviews on both HUD and USDA housing projects to properly reflect their impact on the environment. This legislation ensures that these environmental reviews are properly tailored to the real impact of a project going forward, and this change will ensure more housing projects break ground on time and on budget. Section 201 includes reform of the Home Investment Partnership, the largest block grant program at HUD dedicated to building affordable housing. This bill would change home by slashing environmental reviews, easing labor cost burdens like the ones created by Section 3 HUD requirements, and providing greater flexibility for cities and towns across the country to use home dollars to promote home ownership. Section 301 makes important changes for manufactured housing
Special thanks to Congressman John Rose and his extremely important bill that would remove the requirement that a manufactured home be built with a chassis. That saves money. That one change is going to enable significant growth for manufactured housing, and it will reduce the cost of manufactured homes. Finally, Title VI of this bill adds meaningful community banking reforms to this legislation. It eases the burdens for de novo banks so new banks can get off the ground. It tailors regulatory requirements for the smallest community banks, and it reforms the bank resolution process to ensure a larger and...
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
The gentleman's yielded 30 more seconds.
Bottom line, the Housing for the 21st Century Act is a comprehensive, bipartisan housing reform package that will increase housing supply, slash government regulations that keep housing costs high, and unleash our community banking sector. I want to thank everybody that worked on this bill, especially the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, Chairman Hill, and Ranking Member Waters. I yield.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance. Mr. Cleaver, along with Mr. Flood, worked hard to reauthorize and reform HOME, which is in this bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. I rise to support H.R. 6644, also known as the Housing for the 21st Century Act. This legislation, introduced by Chairman Hill, Ranking Members Waters, Chairman Flood, and me, advanced out of the Financial Services Committee by an impressive 50-to-1 vote. This legislation reflects input from Democrats, Republicans, and hundreds of organizations nationwide. If enacted, the Housing for 21st Century Act would streamline regulations, expand affordable housing financing, and modernize federal housing programs to significantly expand the nation's housing supply. Passage of this bill would be historic, not because it's extraordinary, but because it's overdue. For decades, chronic underbuilding in the United States has driven up housing costs, priced millions out of home ownership, strained household budgets, and constrained employers' ability to attract workers. Americans want their representatives to act on the rising cost of living. For most American families, the monthly housing payment is their single largest expense. Representing about 1/3 of the Consumer Price Index, housing is also the single largest component of overall inflation. I commend Chairman Hill, Ranking Members Waters, Chairman Flood, and others for prioritizing good policy over bad politics on this important matter. I'm especially proud that the Housing for 21st Century Act includes the Home Reform Act, which represents the most significant update to the home programs since its creation. This bill may not increase spending, but it ensures that every dollar we do spend goes further. And although this legislation is significant, we must view this legislation as the beginning of a new era of accommodating the American movement of housing for all. In the Senate, the introduction of the Road to Housing Act highlights growing bipartisan cooperation on housing. I look forward to negotiations with the Senate on a bicameral product that can make it to the President's desk for signature, and above all, a product that will deliver tangible results from the American people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does the gentleman wish to reserve her time?
I reserve.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Well, I thank the Speaker. I want to thank Mr. Cleaver for his work with Mr. Flood on this bill and his leadership in trying to find bipartisan solutions. I met last week, Mr. Speaker, with the community development folks from Little Rock, Arkansas. Kevin Howard, my friend who runs housing and community development for the city of Little Rock, was in, singing the praises of this bill, how it will make their work so much more effective were the 21st century housing proposal enacted into law today. And I'd like to insert in the record, Mr. Speaker, ask unanimous consent that a list of over 70 organizations that support this bill being enacted be entered into the record.
The objection will be entered into the record.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, the Vice Chairman of our full Committee of Financial Services, Mr. Heiser, for remarks on this bill.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Housing is vital in every state and in every one of our communities. And as of 2025, my home state of Michigan was short more than 141,000 homes, leaving many qualified home buyers on the sidelines. The Housing for the 21st Century Act will help increase home production, which to date has failed to keep pace with rising demand, leading to more affordability challenges for all Americans. Additionally, today's legislation rightly focuses on modernizing housing policies, which increasingly affordable housing and accelerating development, while increasing affordable housing and accelerating that development. Affordability is the key word here. And in fact, I have a professional background in construction, housing development, and home sales. And my own family has been involved for over 3 generations in construction, which now my cousins are doing in their ready-mix concrete company, and I do in our aggregate businesses and home development. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, we've seen firsthand how government at every level, local, state, and federal, has put up barrier after barrier to affordable housing. In fact, based on recent analysis, the average home in Michigan costs almost double to build than what the average family can afford. The Housing for the 21st Century Act would help reduce federal barriers to building housing by expanding the federal and local housing systems. Now, the American people need the same level of commitment from their state and local governments, too. So I urge my colleagues to support this well-crafted, bipartisan bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Arkansas will reserve his time. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6644, the Housing for the 21st Century Act, which makes improvements to federal programs that will support housing development and affordability. This bipartisan bill will broaden access to home ownership, expedite new construction, and lay the foundation for a more cost-effective housing developments across the nation. This legislation includes 25 housing provisions that were introduced by Democrats and 12 banking provisions that passed our committee with broad bipartisan support. To support local lenders and access to financing, this bill includes bipartisan reforms to strengthen our community banks, credit unions, CDFIs, and MDIs. And as ranking member of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, I support the inclusion of these reforms, including the SMART Act and the Least Cost Exemption Act, which I'm proud to co-lead. The banking provisions are narrowly tailored to help our small community financial institutions, to provide regulatory relief for well-managed institutions, to increase access to insured deposits, and to establish safeguards to prevent the largest too-big-to-fail banks from growing even larger during times of economic stress. This legislation is a strong bipartisan effort to spur new housing development, improve affordability, and increase access to financing. I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio reserves her time.
Reserve.
Distinguished gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the work also of my friend from Illinois on this bill, the important work he's done both in the housing portion and on the work we've done together on non-bank designations. Appreciate his leadership. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the importance of community banks from Texas to California to Arkansas across this country. And the reason why it's so important to link lowering housing costs, it's so important to link those policies, these HUD-related policies, to banking, because our banks under $10 billion, Mr. Speaker, make about 60% of all the home construction loans in our country. And therefore, that's why the ranking member and our committee, has chosen to come to this House floor and talk about some specific housing measures. But I want to make sure that the American people know that we know that that supply of housing has to be financed. and some 60% of that is done by our local community banks and credit unions spread across this country. So let me, with pleasure, ask the gentlewoman from South Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, the author of Section 106 in this bill, please come and give some remarks. She's recognized for 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague for yielding. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of H.R. 6644, the Housing for the 21st Century Act, sponsored by Chairman Hill. This legislation includes dozens of common sense bipartisan housing solutions that meet the needs of the housing crisis everyday Americans are dealing with. I am particularly proud to see 3 key provisions of mine included to update the FHA's mortgage insurance loan limits for residential multifamily construction to bring more homes on the market, ensure veterans are made aware of the VA loan products they are eligible for, and strengthen the coordination of our federal housing agencies to maximize the impact of our current federal housing programs. H.R. 6644 is a critical step towards putting our housing sector back on the right footing, and I urge my colleagues to join me in support. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6644, the Housing for the 21st Century Act. And I certainly applaud Ranking Member Waters and Chairman Flood for working together and for the inclusiveness of this package. And I am proud to have 5 affordable housing bills included in this overwhelmingly bipartisan package. One of my provisions makes key provisions to the home program at HUD to ease compliance for small properties and to recognize community land trust as eligible home fund recipients. The package also expands foreclosure mitigation counseling to delinquent borrowers and raises the public welfare investment, or PWI cap, to 20% to free up capital for historic investments in affordable housing and community development. Among other community bank reforms, H.R. 6644 includes my bill to modernize the treatment of reciprocal deposits to help small and mid-sized banks like Fifth Third Bank, Huntington Bank, Key Bank improve liquidity and better compete for large accounts. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it includes a measure that I have long championed in Congress, a bill to codify the financial agent mentor protege program at Treasury to help small banks and minority deposit institutions, or MDIs, survive. We also have one, a Delphi Bank in my district, and I'd like to be sure to thank them for all the work that they've done with that. And it will also help them survive and thrive. Lastly, again, I thank the Ranking Member Waters for this and Chairman Hill for their leadership on this package, and I urge my colleagues to support the package. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, who has authored the very important manufactured housing provisions, which will immediately help our consumers, our families across this country, have a more affordable housing option. Mr. Rose, I recognize him for 3 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairman, from my good friend from Arkansas, for yielding me time today. I rise in strong support of the Housing for the 21st Century Act. This legislation will lower housing costs for millions of Americans, including tens of thousands of Tennessee families that I represent. I am proud that my bipartisan bill, the Housing Supply Expansion Act of 2025, was included in the Housing for the 21st Century Act. My bill removes an outdated federal chassis requirement that has stifled manufactured housing construction for decades. When we hear the term manufactured home, many people still think mobile home. That's because federal law has forced us to adhere to a permanent chassis requirement. Since 1974, manufactured homes have had to be built on a permanently installed steel chassis, even after the home is placed on a site, never to be moved again. This bill will give millions of Americans a path to home ownership without going over budget. It will provide young and low-income families with the opportunity to build equity instead of being locked into rising rents year after year. You don't have to be a trained economist to understand why home prices and rental rates have skyrocketed. Demand continues to outpace supply in our cities, our suburbs, and even in many rural communities across this country. The simple truth is we need more homes. This bill takes meaningful steps toward making that happen. We are reducing unnecessary regulatory barriers, removing financing roadblocks, and modernizing HUD programs. Municipalities across the country have restricted or outright banned homes built on permanent steel chassis. The result has been less construction, higher costs, and fewer opportunities for working families to own where they live. Yet manufactured housing is one of the most effective ways to expand housing supply quickly and affordably. And by removing this outdated federal restriction, more homes will be built, and ultimately, prices will come down for everyone. The experts in the manufactured housing space tell us that allowing manufacturers to design a single-family home without a permanent chassis will bring about modern, low-profile builds, multi-story construction, and urban-friendly designs. It will also improve efficiency and eliminate unnecessary steel, waste, and cost. We cannot sit by while 50-year-old policies prevent folks from signing on the dotted line. Imagine if the federal government had mandated that every vehicle coming off of Henry Ford's assembly line had to remain permanently attached to a trailer in order to be owned. We all know that didn't happen because the trailer was a means of transportation, not a permanent feature. Housing should work the same way. There's a reason why this bill has so much bipartisan support.
Gentleman's yielded 15 more seconds.
Gentleman is yielded 15 more seconds.
For building more homes, lowering costs, and giving more Americans dignity and stability. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves his time. Gentlewoman from Ohio. Gentlewoman reserves his time. Distinguished gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Mr. Rose certainly talked about cost savings due to the deregulatory nature of this bill, lowering costs. And all of us know here that we've learned in our committee work that 25% of the price of a new home in America is due to regulatory costs, state and local and federal. So our bill has that as a theme. It's now a pleasure for me to recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and he has worked hard at making sure that these improvements in the 21st Century Housing Act fully apply to housing in rural areas, not just urban areas. And I yield to my friend 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman Hill and the team here for a bipartisan bill that helps rural America have a successful pathway to housing in the 21st century. My legislation includes the Rural Housing Service Reform Act, the most meaningful update to rural housing in decades. Whether you're in Des Moines or Ottumwa, the number one expense Iowans are facing is housing. The American dream of housing ownership is starting to slip away. In Iowa, renters spend 40% of their income just making sure they have a roof over their head, and the average home buyer is now in their mid-40s. But it doesn't have to be like this. This bipartisan legislation, led with my colleague, Representative Cleaver, a Democrat from Missouri, makes common sense changes to fixing the housing programs that have been broken for far too long. My bill means a young couple in Creston, Iowa can buy their first home, and seniors in Osceola, Iowa can stay in their communities. This will help hundreds of thousands of Iowans and millions of Americans into homeownership and continued homeownership. Let's restore the dream of homeownership for all of our country. This is a win for everyone. It is affordable, it's achievable, and let's get it done. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Ohio reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, a great member of our House Financial Services Committee and a senior member on the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
Ms. Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. I rise today in support of the Housing for the 21st Century Act. After years of inaction, my home state of California has earned an F in housing affordability. Under Gavin Newsom and Sacramento leadership, hardworking families are being left in the dust. That's why I'm taking action to help address this crisis for my constituents in Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. Earlier this Congress, I worked with President Trump to secure historic SALT relief for Southern Californians. That relief, combined with the provisions in the Housing for the 21st Century Act, will bring the dream of home ownership closer to reality for working families in my district. For far too long, working-class Americans have been priced out of the housing market. The Housing for 21st Century Act confronts that problem head-on by exploring where our housing system has left these families behind. For the first time since 2006, we're finally increasing the capital that financial institutions can invest in affordable housing and community development projects. There is finally the willingness to tackle this housing crisis head-on. The Housing for the 21st Century Act builds on the success of the working class families' tax cuts and deserves swift passage so we can deliver results for American families. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio yields. Reserves.
We're prepared to close if the minority doesn't have any other speakers.
I have no other speakers.
Please, I yield to you.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. H.R. 6644 represents an important first step, a strong bipartisan one that in our fight to ensure affordable, decent housing for everyone in America. And it provides a critical foundation for us to do so and to end this affordable housing and homelessness crisis. This bill would update and improve existing federal housing programs by expanding local development opportunities and modernizing existing housing programs in communities across the country. It would also support community financial institutions to meet the housing needs in their communities. I am pleased to advance this legislation to the floor with Ranking Members Waters, Chairman Hill, Mr. Flood, and Mr. Cleaver, and proud that it includes 20 housing provisions and 5 banking provisions championed by committee Democrats. A true testament, Mr. Speaker, to bipartisanship. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
First, Mr. Speaker, I have to say a big thank you to Ranking Member Waters, the Ranking Member of our subcommittee, Mr. Cleaver, and the tireless leadership of Mike Flood, the chair of our subcommittee on housing and insurance. They've collaborated for a year to bring these proposals to the House floor today. I reiterate, the linkage of housing and community banking is two sides of the same coin that leads to a better outcome, more choice, more accessibility, more affordability, more housing choices for the American people. And this bill has important HUD oversight, which I think is critical to make sure that those that are tenants in HUD programs have the care, oversight, safe and sound conditions they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle for their work in putting this bill together, particularly on the majority side, Ed Scala, Mara Woolsey for their collaboration on the banking provisions with their minority colleagues and the community banking provisions. I urge members on both sides of the aisle to provide a yes vote for this important banking and housing legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6644 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are for. First is the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise and move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3682 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 316, H.R. 3682. A bill to amend the Financial Stability Act of 2010 to require the Financial Stability Oversight Council to consider alternative approaches before determining that a U.S. non-bank financial company shall be supervised by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of this fine bill offered by Mr. Foster, Mr. Heisinger. It's a bipartisan bill, Mr. Speaker, the Financial Stability Oversight Council Improvement Act. After a decade of collaboration across 4 presidential administrations that has led to the consensus on this measure. The Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC, created in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, plays an important role in understanding and examining non-banks. And that's because many non-banks, large non-banks, are not subject to the same regulations and supervision as a traditional bank. So the Congress created this process. But unfortunately, by its own structure as composed by political appointees, it can inhibit the Council's ability to effectively critique fellow agencies or itself when monitoring potential systemic risk to financial stability by a large non-bank. H.R. 3682 requires the FSOC to explore alternatives to designating a non-bank for enhanced supervision by the Federal Reserve. This is at the heart of the collaboration in this bill. If a non-bank were improperly designated, it could hinder innovation and make the United States financial system less competitive as a result. This bill will impose rigorous procedural guardrails, enhanced due diligence protections, and a stronger analytic framework before a firm can be designated systemically important, a SIFI. And I thank again the gentleman from Illinois, the gentleman from Michigan for their collaboration in producing this solid bipartisan bill that will protect U.S. competitiveness, deliver financial stability consistent with FSOC's mission, but do that in a thoughtful, analytic way that can support a review of systemic risk. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3682, Financial Stability Oversight Council Improvement Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Foster. Let me start by thanking the bill sponsor and our ranking member for our Financial Institutions Subcommittee for his leadership on these matters. Representative Foster has helped raise the alarm regarding the financial stability threats posed by AI boom. He has introduced additional bills that would strengthen our financial stability, including one to reverse Trump's dangerous budget and staffing cuts to the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Office of Financial Research. Mr. Foster introduced another bill to close a regulatory gap to oversee third-party vendors by credit unions and GSEs. ease. I know Republicans have some concerns with the former, but the latter bill has bipartisan support in the Senate and is timely, given how our community financial institutions increasingly rely on these vendors, helping them access technology to compete. The least we can do is ensure that there is good oversight to address vulnerabilities like cybersecurity threats. Turning to this bill, H.R. 3682, let's step back and remember why we have a Financial Stability Oversight Council in the first place. Congress established FSOC following the 2008 global financial crises to close regulatory gaps and enhance oversight to large non-bank financial firms like AIG, the Lehman Brothers, that can pose a threat to our financial stability. Congress gave FSOC various tools, including the power to designate a large non-bank company as a systemically important financial institution for enhanced oversight and regulation. In Trump's first term, they severely weakened the non-bank designation process. In a letter, former Treasury Secretaries Eithner, Liu, and Yellen, along with former Chair Bernanke, warned, quote, these changes would make it impossible to prevent the buildup of risk in financial institutions whose failure would threaten the stability of the system as a whole. Biden's FSOC addressed these concerns and improved procedures and destinations while importantly ensuring there is due process and opportunities to consider alternatives to destinations that might mitigate systemic risks. They also made clear that the council should not prioritize destinations over other options. Mr. Foster will make sure that FSOC gives a company and its primary regulators an opportunity to present alternatives to be promptly considered by the council. Otherwise, they may proceed and follow the regular procedures to designate a firm if need be. The bill also allows FSOC to revise and waive these considerations if doing so would promote financial stability. Given all of that, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman, I will support H.R. 3682, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, the Vice Chairman of our full committee, Mr. Heisinger, who is the author of this important bill.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Foster, on the other side for working on this. And I rise today in strong support of Mr. Foster's legislation, the Financial Stability Oversight Council Improvement Act, and urge its immediate adoption. Mr. Speaker, in response to the 2008 financial crisis, Congress, under the Dodd-Frank Act, created the Financial Stability Oversight Council, known as FSOC, as the chairman was talking about, and tasked them with preventing systemic risk. Absolutely a worthwhile endeavor and a needed endeavor. However, in the early years, the FSOC was given broad-reaching authorities to designate non-banks as systemically important financial institutions, otherwise known as SIFIs. During President Trump's first administration, the FSOC moved to an activities-based approach in 2019, which I think was an appropriate response in a post-MetLife court case world where the federal government lost because of aggressive overreach. In fact, the judge used the phrase excessive and capricious. Well, 4 years later in 2023, under former President Biden, I believe the FSOC snapped right back into using those faulty analytical frameworks for identifying and dealing with systemic risks. And just last week now, in a testimony before the House Committee on Financial Services, Treasury Secretary Bessent emphasized on multiple occasions that the so-called activities-based approach would be preferred. Well, we agree. Unfortunately, the back-and-forth guidance has not allowed businesses to plan for a future or make new investments. So why does a SIFI designation actually matter? Many people watching might ask themselves that. Well, as history has taught us, it's a broad-reaching issue that can have some very negative consequences. Excessive regulatory scrutiny and additional costs can change the way non-banks conduct businesses. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue applying bank-like regulations to non-banks that have fundamentally different business models and roles within the American economy. The Financial Stability Oversight Council Improvement Act, from which I'm a proud co-lead with Mr. Foster, makes a critical improvement to the current law. Before a vote to designate a financial company as a SIFI, the FSOC must first consult with the company and then its primary regulator to determine whether alternative actions that could be proposed would be sufficient or insufficient to address risks in the financial stability. Well, amazingly, Mr. Speaker, those two things didn't exist previously. There was not that consultation or discussion with the companies, and there was no consultation with those regulators. That was a flaw. Importantly, the council may not then vote on a proposed designation unless this determination is made. So let me remind my colleagues that the SIFI designation process has been flawed from the start. And first, this bill will target individual companies for designation without any process or notice. Second, it failed to evaluate whether designation would actually mitigate risks or weigh the costs and benefits to the company, its shareholders, and ultimately the financial system. Third, the old system failed to give SIFI designees due process or an opportunity to address the perceived risk before designation. And as a reminder, the MetLife case took years to settle. And lastly, it failed to incorporate the views of the primary regulator, who typically would have better insight into a company's financial standing. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe H.R. 3682 adequately addresses these concerns and improves the Council's approach to addressing financial stability risks while creating a stronger, a more predictable, and a more stable regulatory environment for all. So with that, again, thank my colleague, and I urge my colleagues to support the Financial Stability Oversight Council Improvement Act and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who is also the ranking member on financial institutions and the sponsor of this bill.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the FSOC Improvements Act. Following the 2008 financial crisis, Congress enacted the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act to protect working families, taxpayers, and the broader economy from consequences of unchecked financial risk. Dodd-Frank created the Financial Stability Oversight Council, or FSOC, to identify risks to financial stability, to promote market discipline, and respond to emerging threats to our economy. FSOC brings together the heads of 15 financial regulatory bodies, giving it a unique system-wide view of the American financial system. Among its authorities is the ability to designate certain non-bank financial companies as systemically important financial institutions, or SIFIs, where their activities or potential failure pose significant risk to financial stability. Past attempts by the FSOC to designate an entity as systemically important, however, have been controversial and short-lived. In 2013 and 2014, FSOC designated 4 non-bank firms, but those designations were later rescinded following legal challenges, corporate restructuring, and policy shifts across administrations. Since its creation, Congress and administrative officials have debated whether FSOC should focus on mitigating the specific activities that pose the greatest risk, or if FSOC should take a broader, entity-wide view of the firm's risk profile. Both activities-based and entity-based approaches can be appropriate depending on circumstances. As someone who was present during on the Financial Services Committee during the global financial crisis, I recall vividly Fed Chair Bernanke referring to AIG as a giant, well-run insurance company with a hedge fund grafted onto it, where the risk was concentrated. In some cases, the risk identified by FSOC may be addressed more effectively by action taken by the company itself, by FSOC, or through its primary regulator. My bipartisan bill, the FSOC Improvement Act, promotes a more consistent and transparent process for a SIFI designation by clarifying that FSOC should work with a firm and its primary regulator to attempt to mitigate the risk of specific activities before designating the company as a whole as systemically important. Regulators are encouraged to use the full range of available tools and proceed to designation only when other forms of activity-based mitigation are found to be ineffective. Through activity-based mitigation, FSOC will work with firms and their primary regulators to address risks more quickly and effectively, drawing on the expertise of the regulatory bodies who work most closely with the specific firms and industries. But importantly, this legislation fully preserves FSOC's authority to take swift action in emergency situations and does not alter the authorities of FSOC's member agencies to take enforcement actions. If an emergency arises, FSOC can march in, take with a few quick votes, designate a firm. This bill strengthens the FSOC's, 30 seconds, ma'am.
Speaker, I yield Mr. Foster an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman
Thank you.
gets an additional 30 seconds.
This bill strengthens FSOC's capability to execute its mission by improving consistency, accountability, and outcomes for our financial system. I appreciate also Ranking Member Waters' support for this bill in committee and urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to include in the record the CBO estimate on this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserved.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
At a time when threats to our financial stability are growing, Congress should be doing more to address these concerns, including closing oversight gaps regarding third-party vendors, advancing deposit insurance reform, and yes, holding the president accountable for all of the ways his corruption and chaos erodes trust and stability. Again, I thank Representative Foster for his leadership on promoting financial stability. I also appreciate the way he improved this bill, which I will support, and I yield the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois and his collaboration with the gentleman from Michigan to tackle and bring definition to something that has been a big issue for the past decade, which is what is the proper method, style, and oversight of designating a non-bank a systemically important financial institution. I congratulate them on their bipartisan work, and for the reasons I've stated, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
From Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3682 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3390 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 191, H.R. 3390, a bill to amend the Federal Reserve Act to require the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System to carry out a review of discount window operations and to implement improvements to such operations and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material for the record on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise. First, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of Ms. Dela Cruz's bill, the Bringing the Discount Window into the 21st Century Act. It's critical that our banks have the ability to have emergency liquidity in the case of a crisis, or have a liquidity intraday in the banking day without a stigma. These are challenges. They were challenges before the financial crisis, but it continues today. And this bill allows banks to keep credit flowing through the economy while reducing risk that a panic-induced bank run would lead to unnecessary bank failures. The discount window has been underused and been burdened by operational difficulties and stigma. We've seen that on this House floor in our economy, most recently in the failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank in the spring of 2023, where fear of a market reaction and outdated technology delayed the use of the discount window when it was needed most. It's critical that when the Federal Reserve learns that the Federal Reserve learn from these mistakes of the past and allow the discount window to fulfill its role as the primary tool for stabilizing the financial system in a time of stress. Representative De La Cruz's bipartisan bill would do just that by directing the Fed to conduct a review of the discount window, submit a plan to Congress with concrete, actionable reforms, and then provide regular updates on its implementation. For example, H.R. 3390 explicitly directs the Federal Reserve to evaluate whether extending operating hours and improving technology would make the discount window more accessible and thereby more effective. In requiring the Fed to make changes based on these findings, H.R. 3390 goes beyond a study bill and would meaningfully address deficiencies that would make the American financial system stronger and more stable. I want to thank the gentlewoman from South Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, for her leadership on this important issue and make sure the Fed is ready and the discount window use is appropriate for the 21st century, where money now moves, Mr. Speaker, at the press of a button. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3390, bringing the discount window into the 21st Century Act, sponsored by Representative De La Cruz. It has been almost 3 years since we saw the dramatic failure of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, First Republic Bank, representing the second, third, and fourth largest bank failures in the United States history. Silicon Valley Bank was the fastest bank run ever, with $42 billion of deposits withdrawn on a Thursday and customers trying to pull out another $100 billion the next morning when the bank failed. Upon learning of Silicon Valley's failure, Ranking Member Waters organized members, had members' briefings with the Treasury Secretary and banking regulators. We encourage Biden's regulators, led by former Secretary Yellen, to use their emergency tools to mitigate the damage, which they successfully did. We worked with our former chairman, Mr. McHenry, and we launched a bipartisan investigation to conduct oversight and understand what went wrong. We received reports and supervisory documents, and hearings were also held. Based on the lessons we learned, I and my Democratic colleagues, including Representative Waters, Sherman, Lynch, Green, Caston, Tlaib, and Pedersen, introduced, Mr. Speaker, a wave of common sense bills to promote safety, soundness, and accountability. Since then, we have been pushing for actions that's long overdue, and I am glad that Chairman Hill agreed to include several of our post-Silicon Valley bills in the housing package. We have other good reforms for community financial institutions in that packet, but another most critical issue Congress must address is the need to update our deposit insurance framework. I appreciate that Chairman Hill recently held a hearing on Representative Waters' bill, H.R. 4551, the Employee Paycheck and Small Business Protection Act. and we have had a good discussion on the pros and cons of different approaches. Another Silicon Valley Bank's failure, community banks watched small businesses move their deposits to the biggest bank to make sure that they could pay their workers in good times or bad. There have been at least 37 bank failures since 2007, including a recent one in Oklahoma that were too small for regulators to use the emergency tools, and unlike Silicon Valley Bank's customers, small business depositors lost money through no fault of their own. Representative Waters' bill would take the data-driven approach that Chairman Hill prefers to study and then update our deposit insurance framework to allow more business payment accounts to be insured based on that research. This effort has strong bipartisan support, including that of the Vice President and Treasury Secretary. So I hope we can advance those reforms soon for community financial institutions, for mid-sized banks, for small businesses and their workers. Turning back to the bill that we are considering here, H.R. 3390, I have heard from minority deposit institutions and other community banks various challenges that they have had in accessing Fed facilities, including the discount window in the 2023. This is a common sense bill to ensure the Federal Reserve improves its discount window to provide emergency liquidity to banks when they need it. I appreciate that the chairman and sponsor worked with Representative Waters and Representative Foster to include our amendments to help ensure that we learn how technology may require faster emergency liquidity deployment, as well as understanding barriers like stigma that need to be addressed to improve the functioning of the discount window. I urge the members to support 3390, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to include in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, the author of this important legislation.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3390, the Bringing the Discount Window into the 21st Century Act of 2025, which has received broad bipartisan support in the Financial Services Committee. H.R. 3390 addresses needed improvements for the Federal Reserve's discount window operations and technology to ensure it is better equipped to serve depository institutions, including community banks, which strengthens the resiliency of our U.S. financial system. The Federal Reserve's important role as the lender of last resort is supported by the Fed's discount window. In times when depository institutions need liquidity, they can rely on the discount window to fulfill short-term liquidity needs by pledging high-quality collateral such as U.S. Treasuries in return for cash. Unfortunately, as we saw most recently in the 2023 bank failures, stigma remains, which can cause the discount window to be underused or banks to delay accessing it for fear of market reactions. The Bringing the Discount Window into the 21st Century Act ensures that Congress acts on the bipartisan consensus to modernize the Federal Reserve's discount window operations and reduce the stigma of accessing it. H.R. 3390 does so by requiring the Federal Reserve to conduct a review of the discount window to identify deficiencies and develop a remediation plan. This review will identify improvements in all aspects of discount window operations, including technology, operating hours, stigma, and interaction with other providers of liquidity, including the Federal Home Loans Bank, during both normal operations and times of financial stress. By improving efficiencies in the U.S. banking system, we are ensuring homeowners, small businesses, and farmers can access capital from their financial institutions when they need it most. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 3390. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
reserves. Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
I now yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation, which requires the Federal Reserve to conduct a comprehensive review of discount window operations, including its technological infrastructure, cybersecurity, communications, real-time monitoring, and oversight mechanisms across the Federal Reserve System. In 2023, we witnessed the most significant banking turmoil since the global financial crisis. During that period, record numbers of institutions turned to the discount window, borrowing at unprecedented levels, with more than $150 billion borrowed during the peak period. The system held, in large part because of the reforms and regulatory tools provided and implemented as part of the Dodd-Frank Act, but it came under stress. I also appreciate the willingness of the legislation sponsor to accept my amendment during the Financial Services Committee markup of this legislation. With my amendment, this bill recognizes that bank runs will now move at the speed of mobile online banking and instant communications, and soon they will move at the speed of agentic AI. The bank failures of 2023 showed that the liquidity pressures can escalate in hours, not days, a speed that will only intensify with the rise of artificial intelligence and autonomous financial agents. This legislation will require the Federal Reserve Board to develop a written plan to remedy deficiencies like those to be identified during the review process. This review and remediation will lead to a more accessible, responsive, and secure discount window operations, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, the majority is prepared to close if the minority is.
Gentleman reserves.
And I reserve, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas.
Gentlelady is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will help ensure smaller banks can access the federal discount window when they need it, which may be sooner rather than later, given the Trump's decision policies that are once again raising the threat of another crisis. So therefore, I urge the members to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the gentlewoman from South Texas for advancing this bill. I want to thank the minority's work consistently to make sure that this is a bill that substantially will direct the Federal Reserve to make sure our discount window is effective and used by our financial institutions to enhance the financial stability. I urge both sides of the aisle to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3390 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Is move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1531 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 338, H.R. 1531. A bill to direct certain financial regulators to exclude representatives of the People's Republic of China from certain banking organizations upon notice of certain threats or danger and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of Mr. Lucas's bill, the Protect Taiwan Act. China has shown no sign of slowing their aggression towards Taiwan. The Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, continues to threaten the people of Taiwan's independence by repeatedly holding military drills, increasing economic coercion, and ramping up political pressure. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, and state with no equivocation that the Chinese Communist Party's obligation under our 1979 Taiwan Relations Act sets out quite clearly that China cannot use military force or coercion or boycotts or embargoes to compel Taiwan to capitulate to the communists and become one China. The Protect Taiwan Act will exclude Chinese representatives from international organizations like the G20, the Financial Stability Board, if the President of the United States was notified by Congress declaring any threat to Taiwan. H.R. 1531 ensures that there will be significant financial and diplomatic consequences were China to invade Taiwan. Full stop. The U.S. must send a clear message that China's aggression toward Taiwan will not and is not tolerated, and the Protect Taiwan Act does just that. I want to thank the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, for his work in standing up for our keen ally in the Indo-Pacific, not just Taiwan, but all of our allies in Northeast Asia. This is a key step in deterrence to the communists in Beijing from invading Taiwan. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1531, the Protect Taiwan Act, sponsored by Representatives Lucas and Gonzalez. China continues its provocations towards Taiwan with increasingly hostile rhetoric and actions. This includes military incursions into Taiwan's airspace and territorial waters. Thus, I agree with the sponsors of this bill that Congress must stand up for Taiwan and its people as they confront this threat. This is especially true given the Trump administration's naive, waffling actions regarding Taiwan's status. It is important that this body continue to stand up for our decade-long relationship as allies and trading partners. This bill is sensible. It is a sensible measure to warn China that the United States is posed to act should it escalate its aggressions towards Taiwan. If China chooses to do so, the United States would be required to oppose China's participation in a number of international financial organizations, including the Bank for International Settlements and the Basel Committee on the Banking Supervision. Thus, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, the chair of our Monetary Policy Task Force and the author of the Protect Taiwan Act, Mr. Lucas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 1531, the Protect Taiwan Act. Under the Taiwan Resolution Act, the President is required to notify Congress if China poses an immediate threat to Taiwan's security. If this notification is triggered, my bill states that it is U.S. policy to exclude Chinese representatives from key international organizations, such as the G20, the Financial Stability Board, and the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. This bill sends a clear message. If China intends to engage in conflict with Taiwan, then China should be prepared to withstand the consequences. In the wake of the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, this body enacted a similar regime to demonstrate to the world that violating international order comes with swift and severe results.
We should have a proactive policy towards Beijing today. As China continues to show aggression in the South China Sea, the United States must show clear resolve that aggression will not be tolerated. The United States' response to an invasion of Taiwan should be robust and include numerous sanctions and economic penalties. Exclusion from international bodies must be a part of that response. If China seeks to disrupt the global order, then China cannot continue to be party to international organizations that seek to preserve that order. China's position in multilateral economic institutions will be at risk should they engage in hostilities towards Taiwan. We simply cannot overlook the value of deterrence and preparedness. China should understand that economic and diplomatic repercussions of threatening international financial stability and make its choices accordingly. I want to thank my colleague from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for his work on this issue and co-sponsoring this legislation. We received unanimous support in the committee, and I hope that the body will continue that tradition today. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the minority is prepared to do so.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
We share economic, security, and democratic values with our friends from Taiwan. In the face of increasingly hostile words and actions from China and predictable flimsy support from the president, it is important that Congress stand strong for the Taiwanese people. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the speaker. As I noted in my remarks, the only way that Taiwan and the People's Republic of China can become one is through mutual consent, not through coercion, not through embargoes, not through invasion, not through military attack. And Congressman Lucas' bill is a common sense measure to unify American policy. Economic deterrence, Mr. Speaker, military preparation, peace through strength, but also diplomacy and economic deterrence. Mr. Lucas's bill is an excellent step in that regard. I urge all members to support it on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1531 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd request the yeas and the nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3190 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3190, a bill to amend the Burma Unified Through Rigorous Military Accountability Act of 2022 to extend the sunset to require a determination with respect to the imposition of sanctions on certain persons of Burma and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material in the bill.
So ordered. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of our Vice Chairman, Mr. Heisinger's bill, the Brave Burma Act. The Vice Chairman is also a senior member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Burma has been plagued with an ongoing humanitarian crisis for far too long. The Burmese people have been the victims of genocide as a direct result of the military junta's use of funds that fuel abhorrent acts. The representative from Michigan's bill addresses this crisis head on. H.R. 3190 requires the Treasury Secretary to limit any increase in Myanmar's influence at the International Monetary Fund. or IMF, so long as it's governed by the military dictatorship. This bill also requires them to end on the oil and gas enterprise, their economic bank, and any foreigners working in the jet fuel sector of the Burmese economy. I commend the Vice Chairman for his hard work and leadership in fighting for the humanitarian rights in Burma by cutting off the source of the funding that's empowering these human rights travesties. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3190, the Brave Burma Act, sponsored by Representative Hasinga. In February of 2021, Burma experienced a military coup that overthrew the country's democratically elected government. The military has carried out mass violence against civilians, including genocide, mass displacement, and other crimes against humanity. This is particularly true for the nation's Muslim ethnic minority, which bears the brunt of the illegitimate government's violent and regressive persecution. This bill authorizes several economic levers available to the United States. This includes potential sanctions and restricting Burma's access to support from International Monetary Fund. These are sensible steps to demonstrate Congress's continuing support for the people of Burma. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to include in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, the author of this important bill. He, as I say, is the Vice Chairman of the Financial Services Committee and a senior member of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak on my bill, H.R. 3190, the Brave Burma Act. I rise in support of this and ask for its immediate consideration. Burma is a country in profound crisis. In February of 2021, a military-led junta toppled a democratically elected government and plunged the country into civil war. These actions, coupled with the March 2025 earthquake, created a humanitarian crisis that has left tens of thousands of Burmese dead or detained, while approximately 3.6 million people, nearly 6% of the population, is now displaced from their homes. In response to the calls for action from the Burmese diaspora in the United States and in my district, I introduced H.R. 3190, the Brave Burma Act. As I have mentioned many times before, issues involving Burma are near and dear to my heart, as well as to those of many of my Burmese constituents and members at the Battle Creek Burma Center in Southwest Michigan. It was here that I first heard the stories about their families and friends in horrific situations in Burma, and the lack of mainstream media attention given to these issues. However, today, we have an opportunity to send a message. Today, we have an opportunity to stand with the current residents of Burma and remind them that they have not been forgotten. The Brave Burma Act is intentional in its action, targeting the heart of the junta's revenues, which it uses to purchase advanced weaponry from abroad. Specifically, this bill requires the president to impose full blocking sanctions on, first, the state-owned Myanmar Oil and Gas Enterprises, also known as MOGI. This is the junta's single largest source of foreign revenue, reportedly generating over $1 billion annually. Second, the state-owned Myanmar Economic Bank, also known as the MEB, which is operated by junta cronies and processes weapons transactions, contrary to those sanctions. Third, any person operating in the jet fuel sector of the Burmese economy. The jet fuel industry in Burma is a key and important target for sanctions because it directly enables the junta's unlawful airstrikes against civilians, places of worship, villages, hospitals, IDP camps, and schools. Depleting the government's ability to control and profit from aviation fuel imports and distribution will inhibit the junta's ability to sustain violence and commit war crimes using air power. Mr. Speaker, the urgency to act has never been greater. Last month, it was reported that Iran had become the sole source of jet fuel to Burma. These secret shipments had not only given Iran much-needed cash and a new market, it allowed, though, Burma's military leaders to circumvent Western sanctions. The deliveries of jet fuel have been powered an expansive bombing campaign by the junta that have struck more than 1,000 civilian locations, including Christian churches. While the military ruling class pledged open and fair elections, the sham process that took place last month should be viewed as a rigged farce and nothing more. Make no mistake, these mass atrocities will not stop until the current regime is crippled. With the support of the Trump administration, who has continued to turn up the pressure, Congress can shape the future of Burma by leveraging sanctions and financial oversight. The Brave Burma Act will strengthen U.S. efforts to disrupt authoritarian regimes, support democratic movements, and protect vulnerable populations. I'd like to take a minute and thank Congresswoman Betty McCollum, my co-chair of the Congressional Burma Caucus and an original co-sponsor of this particular legislation, as well as Representatives Ann Wagner and Seth Moulton, who helped to make this a truly bipartisan effort. Mr. Speaker, let me end with this. Since the 2021 coup, nearly 3 million Burmese have been driven from their homes. More than 75,000 people have been killed, and the military has swept up more than 30,000 political prisoners into detention, silencing those who oppose them. The Burmese military has left a trail of devastation, damaging or destroying at least 343 Christian churches and numerous other religious buildings, according to the Burmese Research Institute. The people of Burma can no longer afford for Congress to sit idly by, and the Trump administration must adopt a unified strategy for Burma, as both the State Department and Treasury Department have done. It's time for the Department of Homeland Security to come to the same conclusion. Democracy in Burma needs America's help. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill that will have a lasting impact. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Ohio.
I reserve.
Reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the minority is prepared to close.
I am prepared.
Gentlelady from Ohio, recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this bill aims to address the ongoing humanitarian crises in Burma by cutting off revenue sources for the country's ruthless, illegitimate leadership. Congress must do whatever possible to protect human rights, stand for democratic values, and object to the atrocities committed against the Burmese people. So, therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan for his dedicated work on our committee, as well as the Committee on Foreign Affairs, in crafting economic deterrence to bad actors. And certainly the military junta in Myanmar is a bad actor, calling loudly for a strong bipartisan vote in this House on the Brave Burma Act, which I hope then will be promptly considered by the Senate. This is when the legislative branch and the executive branch work best together, when we're in alignment on putting pressure against bad actors around the world. I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan for his work. I want to urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3190, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Okay. Aye. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Sir, I hereby resign from the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. Signed sincerely, Donald S. Byer, Jr., Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. Now, pursuant to Clause 12A of the Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on the motions to suspend the rules previous postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 6644 and H.R. 1531. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6644 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6644, a bill to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 390, the nays are 9. Two-thirds being the affirmative, rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1531 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 338, H.R. 1531, a bill to direct certain financial regulators to exclude representatives of the People's Republic of China from certain banking organizations upon notice of certain threats or danger and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. bill. The yeas are 395, the nays are 2. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed and without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair will now entertain requests for one. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the UPMC Hillman Cancer Centers in north central Pennsylvania. The UPMC Hillman Cancer Centers in Coudersport, Wellsboro, and Williamsport earn national recognition for their high-quality patient care. The Quality Oncology Practice Initiative, also known as the QOPI certification, is a 3-year certificate program that recognizes hospitals for the quality care and patient safety. This prestigious certificate is awarded to less than 300 outpatient oncology practices across the nation. To meet the high standards of the certificate, the hospital's patient care process and chemotherapy standards are evaluated. Certification program was launched in 2010 and reinforces the hospital's dedication to quality cancer care, including treatment planning and patient monitoring. UPMC Hellman is the only nationally recognized cancer center in Western Pennsylvania. The 3 North Central Pennsylvania cancer centers see almost 40,000 patients a year and serve communities in Potter, Lycoming, and Tioga counties. Mr. Speaker, I thank the doctors, nurses, and staff who work tirelessly to ensure every patient receives the best care possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I first ran for public office to make all of our kids' futures brighter. And our government hasn't done the same. Millions of young Americans have done exactly what's been asked of them, but our country isn't returning the favor. Fewer children than ever out-earn their parents. The average age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old, which is at an all-time high, and things feel too costly. Opportunity feels too scarce. I think America needs to start believing in young people, and that's exactly why I introduced my K-30 agenda. The legislation takes key common sense steps to make a difference, from investing in rural schools and supporting our teachers to cutting red tape for small businesses and revitalizing rural economies. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this isn't about politics. It's about building a foundation to empower America's next generation and showing them that we have their backs. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Coastal Area District Development Authority, CADA, as it proudly marks its 50th anniversary. CADA was founded in 1976 with a modest grant from the Economic Development Administration, immediately saving critical seafood processing plants and jobs in coastal Georgia. From those humble beginnings, CADA has grown into a powerhouse of economic opportunity, heavily contributing to Georgia's status as the best state to do business for 12 consecutive years. Over 5 decades, this nonprofit has delivered more than 1,340 small business loans, investing $526 million in coastal communities. These efforts have created and preserved more than 9,300 jobs across coastal Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina. Thank you, CADA, for your steady commitment to expanding access to capital and building stronger communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Yonkers Mayor Mike Spano as he continues into the 15th year of his leadership as Chief Executive of Westchester's largest city and the 3rd largest city in the state of New York, Yonkers. He is the longest currently serving mayor of a major city in New York State, guiding a municipality of over 200,000 residents and running the largest police department, fire department, sanitation department, parks and recreation programs, senior citizen centers, every area of municipal services, and more. Mike and I serve side by side on the Westchester County Board of Legislators, and we work together in the New York State Assembly. As mayor of the largest local government, we worked closely together during my tenure as Westchester County Executive on a myriad of programs, from reducing crime to improving green spaces for all to enjoy. He has shepherded the improvement of Yonkers public education programs with higher graduation rates and new school construction. He has shepherded an economic development boom in the city, including, among other things, an expansion of the film industry, giving Yonkers the nickname Hollywood on the Hudson. He has overseen the expansion of housing, both affordable and market rate, attracting new residents. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute a leader that proves government can still work and achieve for everyone when led by a true leader. Thank you, Mike Spano. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and the service of my dear friend, Sergeant Grant Ward, a respected leader within the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Grant passed away on February 1st following a long and extremely courageous battle with cancer. Grant was also the longtime president of the San Bernardino County Safety Employees Benefit Association, and in that role, he was a tireless advocate for strengthening the relationship between our county's leaders and the first responders that he represented. I can unequivocally say that Grant was one of the finest public servants I have ever had the privilege to know. He was a true servant leader, always putting the wants and needs of the people that he represented above his own. He was also a tireless advocate for the public service officers that he represented. He strengthened collective bargaining within the county. He improved legal protections for officers, expanded member services, and he ensured that law enforcement voices were heard at every level of our government. I will dearly miss my friend. Godspeed. We will miss you, Grant. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and legacy of Principal Terry Woolard, a dedicated leader in Essex County education for 34 years. He served for decades as an educator in New Jersey in the South Orange and Maplewood School District. He was first the Director of Information Technology, then acting principal of the Alternative School at Montrose, and later an assistant principal at Columbia High School. He was also the president of the American School Counselor Association for many years. In his most recent position, he was the principal of Hillside High School. When he passed away in December, Mr. Woolard left a lasting legacy in each school, community, and organization he served. Mr. Woolard believed deeply in the potential of every student and was known for his unwavering care for others. We are also grateful for his contributions to the district and the impact left on the lives of New Jersey students. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a true Hudson Valley institution, Sparky's Diner in Garnerville, New York, as it marks its 50th anniversary on February 13th, 2026. Since 1976, Sparky's has become more than a place to grab breakfast or lunch. It's a gathering place for generations of families, friends, and neighbors across Haverstraw and Rockland County. Opened by Louis and Jeannie Nicolakis, Sparky's was built on hard, long hours and a simple but powerful idea to create a place where everyone feels welcome. Louis and Jeannie invested everything they had into this vision, and the community has been better for it ever since. After Louis' passing, Jeannie carried that legacy forward, devoting her life to serving her customers and giving back to the community, eventually being recognized with New York State's Empire Award in 2019 for her community contributions, one of the highest honors for a small business. For 50 years, Sparky's has been a place where everyone is treated like family, where stories are shared over coffee, and kindness is always on the menu. I would like to congratulate Jeannie and everyone at Sparky's Diner on this incredible milestone and wish them many more years of success serving the Hudson Valley. And I look forward to coming back for another coffee and eggs and bacon and toast.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me celebrate a hometown institution that keeps Northwest Ohio moving. The Toledo Area Regional Transit Authority, proudly marking 55 years of service, half a century plus 5. Voters approved creation of the Toledo Area Regional Transit Authority on January 19, 1971, to connect opportunity and dignity for neighbors who depend on reliable transportation. TARTA has linked workers to jobs, seniors to medical care, students to education, families to first ball games, family and class reunions, and everyday life. TARTA truly moves people where they need to go affordably. TARTA has led with innovation, launching paratransit service, on-demand microtransit, Ohio's only certified autism center designation, and deploying electric vehicles. New federal investments enabled by the bipartisan infrastructure law allow TARTA to modernize its fleet, add zero-emission buses and charging infrastructure, strengthen safety, training, and create good-paying local jobs. This year, we honor the drivers, mechanics, planners, and riders who make the system thrive. May the next generation yield more affordable, safer, accessible, and better connected transportation for Northwest Ohio. Let's salute TARTA at 55. Great job. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible response at the fire at Lehigh Valley Hospital, Dixon City, last Wednesday night. Thanks to the quick action of hospital staff and first responders, every patient and staff member was safely evacuated and relocated, many to nearby hospitals, including Regional Hospital of Scranton, Wilkes-Barre General, Geisinger CMC, and Geisinger Wyoming Valley. What could have been a devastating crisis instead showed the best of northeastern Pennsylvania. First responders and hospital teams from across the region stayed calm, worked together, and made sure every patient was safe. Our team monitored the situation from the district and our congressional office throughout the night, staying in constant contact with the White House, CMS, hospital leadership, state officials, and local responders to make sure everyone had the support they needed. As Lehigh Valley Dixon City begins to recover, our office will continue working alongside hospital leadership and local partners, providing any help needed to get the facility back on its feet. This is what NEPA does. We look out for our neighbors, and we take care of one another. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Eastern North Carolinians deserve a thriving economy where hard work is truly rewarded. Sadly, too many residents face rising costs, housing, healthcare, and everyday essentials. However, I believe we can change this situation. By investing in local businesses, we can create good-paying jobs. Picture, if you would, a future where no one has to choose between paying their rent or mortgage and buying groceries. Imagine a future where healthcare is accessible and where our seniors can live with dignity. No matter our political affiliations, we must come together to strengthen Eastern North Carolina's economy. We must advocate for policies that support sustainable jobs and growth. It's time to reclaim our future. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this August, Washington will hear a sound we know well in Indiana, the roar of IndyCar engines. The Freedom 250 Grand Prix will bring IndyCar to our nation's capital as we mark 250 years of American ingenuity. IndyCar was born in my hometown of Indianapolis. It's rooted in a tradition that goes back more than a century. Built by American workers, American engineers, American manufacturers, IndyCar reflects who we Hoosiers are: competitive, inventive, always pushing forward. And I'll be honest, Washington could use a little less gridlock and a little more green flag. This event isn't simply a race, it's a statement. America leads, America builds, America innovates. And this August, we'll put that on display at 200 miles an hour right here in our nation's capital. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's prepare to start our engines. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Make unanimous request to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, if you're paying attention, since we last met, more and more politicos or officials are weighing in on who should be deported to our southern border. I want to emphasize that the American people have to stand up and say that if you are coming here illegally, you should be deported. There are some people who I think are apparently for unlimited amnesty or no immigration laws at all, who say we should only be deporting people who have broken the law. Obviously, that would mean that if the only law you've broken is coming here in the first place, probably 98 or 99% of the 8 million people left here under Joe Biden would be able to stay. I implore ICE to deport people who are illegally. If they want to single out somebody in addition to the worst and the worst on criminal behavior, they can go after people who are getting public benefits, which is also illegal and should be removed immediately. But in any event, we should enforce our laws. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to join with my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus to pay homage to the black men and women of our armed forces whose service and sacrifices have far too often gone unrecognized and underappreciated. And to make matters worse, they have often been denied their proper and well-deserved benefits as veterans who proudly served our nation. There has been no war or conflict in which this country has been involved that blacks did not participate. The men and women we are honoring tonight as we commemorate the 100th year of celebrating Black history made memorable and consequential contributions to the greatness of this country. And it should not be insulting to any red-blooded American to hear about them and to read about them and learn about them in the same manner that we learn about others whose contributions were similar, but their skin color made them more worthy. When we hear stories of the American Revolution, we don't often hear of Crispus Attucks, a black man who became the first casualty of the American Revolution when he was the first of 5 colonists shot and killed on March 5th, 1770, in what became known as the Boston Massacre. His murder stirred the revolutionary fervor that America's fight for its liberation from the British. So why is it that all of us were taught about the Boston Tea Party, but nothing about the Boston Massacre? The life of Crispus Attucks is far less documented than his death. Crispus Attucks escaped from slavery in Framingham, Massachusetts in 1750 and spent 2 decades on trading ships and whaling vessels. His death continues to serve as a reminder that African Americans took an active role in the path to American independence, not a passive one. The poet John Boyle O'Reilly celebrated Attucks as, and I quote, the first to defy, the first to die. In his 1994 book, Why We Can't Wait, Martin Luther King Jr. pays homage to Attucks for his courage and defining role in the American Revolution. Why don't our textbooks? In his 1881 autobiography, Life and Times of Frederick Douglass, Douglass wrote, I urge every man who could enlist to get an eagle on his button, a musket on his shoulder, the Star-Spangled Banner over his head, and there is no power on earth which can deny that he has earned the right to citizenship in the United States. Douglass believed the Civil War offered the black soldier an opportunity to gain his stripes, but he could not convince his friend, Abraham Lincoln, to allow blacks to serve. But in August 1862, a formerly enslaved black man from South Carolina came here to Washington and convinced Lincoln to allow blacks to serve History records that 170,000 blacks joined the Union Army and 19,000 joined the Union Navy, and 40,000 died in that war. Robert Smalls, who convinced Abraham Lincoln to allow these freedmen to serve, became a captain in that Navy, participated in 18 battles, and was the only genuine hero of the Civil War. And in my not so humble opinion, is the most consequential South Carolinian who ever lived. In 1865, Abraham Lincoln acknowledged their value, saying, and I quote, without the military help of the black freedmen, the war could not have been won. In what textbook do we find that? I would say very few, if any. World War II saw the service of many African Americans who never got their just due in or out of the military. My father had 2 brothers. Both of them, William and Charlie, served in World War I. And every time I tried to engage them in conversations about their experiences in that war, they never, ever would discuss them. They made it very clear to me that the treatment they got, both in that war and when they came back home, made them wonder what they were fighting for. World War II, much of the same. If I were to mention tonight Montford Point Marines, I would suspect very few, if any, in this hall would recognize them? Well, Montford Point Marines were those black Marines who were not allowed to be trained at Camp Lejeune alongside white soldiers. They were sent to a mosquito-infested swamp in Montford Point, and that's where they served from 1942 all the way down to 1949. And I'm pleased that this body, in its wisdom, saw it fitting and proper to give the Congressional Gold Medal to those Montford Point Marines in such a way, I would think, was offering an apology for the way they were treated while they were serving. Now, I would mention, in speaking of World War II, Tuskegee Airmen. And everybody would know about the Tuskegee Airmen, the first African-American military aviators in the United States Armed Forces, flying over 15,000 combat missions that played a vital role in the Allied victory in World War II. Instead of being defined by the discrimination and the doubts of those around them, they became one of the most successful squadrons, pursuit squadrons, in our military. They went on to embody the true meaning of black excellence. They left a segregated country to fight in a segregated army and painfully returned to a country that still did not treat them with the dignity and the respect that they deserved and had earned. They had movies made about them, the Red Tails, but they were not given their GI Bill benefits. On July 26, 1948, President Harry Truman signed Executive Order 9981, desegregating the armed forces so there would be no more Montford Point Marines. Truman declared, there shall be equality of treatment and opportunity for all persons in the armed services without regard to race, color, religion, or national origin. Many servicemen wrote to President Truman. Perhaps the most pivotal letter that Truman got came from Isaac Woodard Jr., a World War II veteran who, hours after being honorably discharged from the United States Army, was dragged off a bus and beaten to near death, blinded by police in Blacksburg, Leesville, South Carolina. In response to Woodward's letter, President Truman declared, and I'm quoting Truman, when a mayor and city marshal, I want to repeat this, when a mayor and city marshal can take a Negro sergeant off a bus in South Carolina, beat him up, and put out his eyes, and nothing is done about it by the state authorities, something is radically wrong with the system. End of Truman's quote. In January 20 2025. President Trump made the decision to stop teaching about Air Force recruits about the Tuskegee Airmen in the name of banning DEI initiatives. Their heroism is not DEI, it's an American history. Sergeant Woodard deserved better treatment because of his sacrifices. President Truman decided it was time to close a chapter on one part of American history. Other black soldiers returning home from World War II found themselves facing the same socioeconomic and racial discrimination they had faced before going off to war. Instead of being welcomed back home with open arms, they struggled to find jobs, to get an education, and to purchase homes. We cannot undo the injustices of our past, but we can begin to restore the possibility of full economic mobility for those that the original GI Bill left behind. That's why I have sponsored for several years now the GI Bill Restoration Act that would bring us one step closer to that goal. America can't change what happened to these black soldiers. We can't change what happened to many soldiers like Sergeant Woodard, who went uncelebrated because our nation judged them by the color of their skin and not the content of their character. But we can do our best to make it right. And that begins with us passing my legislation that I co-lead with Congressman Seth Moulton, the Sergeant Woodard Jr. and Sergeant Joseph H. Maddox GI Bill Restoration Act. But we didn't stop with World War II. Just 2 years after Truman issued his executive order, we began to desegregate the armed forces. And there we were in the Korean War. And we put Truman's executive order into action and was greeted with resistance. Truman's 1948 executive order inspired many black men to join, believing the military would provide an equality of opportunity the greater American society lacked. It was in the Korean War that African Americans first served shoulder to shoulder with soldiers of all races and backgrounds. A message resounded throughout the nation. If people of different races could serve as comrades in combat abroad, they could live as neighbors at home. The quest for racial equality extended far past the barracks or on the battlefield. But that same quest for racial equality returned home with black soldiers. I often think about our former colleague, the late Congressman Charlie Rangel. At the age of 17, Charlie Rangel left school and joined the Army to help his mother support his family. Soon after his enlistment, in 1948, he deployed to Korea for what he thought was a police action, but soon realized it was a full-scale war. With a fighting spirit, he found himself in combat during the Korean War and risked his life to rescue 40 soldiers from behind enemy lines. Returning home to Harlem, New York, Rangel was first elected to Congress in 1970. He would go on to serve 23 terms in this body. Mr. Rangel was a proud co-founder of the Congressional Black Caucus. Today, America is faced with a turbulent reality as the Trump administration is still trying to purge our United States Armed Forces of black officers, diversity, and honoring black history. In February 2025, President Donald Trump fired General Charles C.Q. Brown, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The words Trump used to justify his firing, and I quote, woke and DEI. C.Q. Brown was the Air Force's first black commander of the Pacific Air Forces, and later, the first black chief of staff. What is woke about being a commander of the Pacific Air Forces? None of the other commanders before him were called woke. They were all called commanders. So why was he called woke and fired? Well, I think we all know why. In March 2025, part of Project 2025, Arlington National Cemetery erased from its website educational materials about the history of black service members, including the Tuskegee Airmen and General Colin Powell, the first black Joint Chief Chairman. Why? Why are we erasing these people from the website and not anybody else? We know why. Let me be clear. The White House and the so-called Department of War appear determined to undermine, discredit, and even erase the evidence of black patriotism and black service members who have faithfully served our nation. Against this backdrop, we must remain vigilant against these attacks on black servicemen and veterans, recognize their valor and sacrifice, and work diligently to offer them the promise of this country that they deserve. May black military service in triumph and tragedy always serve as a powerful reminder that the stories of sacrifice and patriotism must never be erased, regardless of who embodies them. In all too many instances, black veterans have had to fight for equal access to benefits and respect upon returning home. Black veterans have struggled and died in a dual battle, fighting abroad in defense of country and fighting at home for opportunity, change, and their rights as American citizens. Millions of black Americans have answered the call to serve and protect the American people from all threats, both foreign and domestic. Today, 350,000 black men and women serve in the United States military, and there are over 2.4 million black veterans, many of whom still are not getting the GI Bill benefits that they deserve, and this body is still refusing to honor legislation that would give them what they deserve. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank Congresswoman Betty for joining me in this special hour, and I wish to yield to her now to continue this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Speaker, it is a great honor for me to rise today to co-anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour alongside my distinguished colleague, Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina. And so you see, Mr. Speaker, and to all those who are listening and watching tonight, it is not only our 100th anniversary of Black History Month, but it is just that. It is our history, as Mr. Clyburn has so aptly outlined. And so for the remainder of our first hour, you will hear from us. We will speak directly to the American people on an issue of deep importance to our caucus, to the House, to the communities we represent, and to our nation. And as we observe Black History Month, today's special hour is dedicated to recognizing the contributions, achievements, sacrifices of Black military service members and veterans. And I could not think of a better person than our leader, the woman that leads the Congressional Black Caucus, who hails from New York's 9th District. You'll hear tonight a lot about legacies, Black legacies. You will hear about challenges and barriers, but how we have prevailed. When I think about Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, I think about Black legacy. I think about when we talk about how Black servicemen and women stood on the shoulders. I think about our leader, Yvette Clarke, who stands on the shoulders of her constituents in Brooklyn, New York. I think about Yvette Clarke, who stands on her mother's shoulders, someone, a pioneer, and someone who understood what we need to do to preserve our Black history. And so I ask you to listen carefully as this powerful Black woman comes to us and presents why we are here. Because she leads us as we honor Black legacy, Black founders, and we honor the legacy that she will leave. And let us listen to the stories of Black military service people, stories too often overlooked or erased. Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor to ask my leader, my friend, the Honorable Yvette Clarke.
Good evening. I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, proudly representing New York's 9th Congressional District, located in Brooklyn, New York. I want to thank my colleagues, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, a real champion for the people of Ohio, and Congressman Jim Clyburn, leadership extraordinaire, for co-anchoring this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to again commemorate the centennial of Black History Month and to reflect on the innumerable contributions to our country that Black Americans have made throughout our nation's history. Black History Month offers our community a time to celebrate our hidden figures and impactful heroes, including our Black veterans and service members. Today, we honor the generations of Black veterans whose courage, advocacy, sacrifice, and patriotism have moved our country and world forward. Since our nation's founding, our military has relied on Black Americans to answer the call to serve. Quite frankly, prior to our founding. From the Revolutionary War and Crispus Attucks, to Harriet Tubman, spy, scout, nurse, and cook for the Union Army during the Civil War. From the Tuskegee Airmen, the valiant and courageous Red Tails, to the brilliant and extraordinary 6888. Black women and men have always been on the front lines, standing for the values that make our nation great. With such a storied legacy of service to our nation, it is unfortunate that racially discriminatory practices have for too long obstructed Black veterans from equally accessing veterans' benefits like housing, education, and health care. From the denial of the GI Bill benefits, effectively shutting nearly 1.2 million Black veterans out of its promise. Decades of discrimination have produced profound and lasting economic consequences for Black service members and their families. Today, Black veterans account for nearly a third of our nation's unhoused veteran population, and Black veterans are nearly 2 times as likely to live in poverty. These years of discriminatory practices against our nation's Black veterans have only been compounded by the administration's recent actions within the Department of Defense. From eliminating equitable practices that benefit our diverse military leadership, to creating a hostile environment that Black veterans have warned will deter a diverse population of prospective service members, to removing evidence of the historical impacts of Black service women and men, this administration is committed to further marginalizing our nation's heroes. It is important that we never forget the unique history and contribution of our nation's Black veterans. As the conscience of the Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus refuses to allow the sacrifices of these patriotic Americans, Black Americans, to go unnoticed or to be erased. We will never be able to fully repay our veterans given the sacrifices they've made to our country. But as a Congress, it is our responsibility to make sure we do all we can to ensure that they have what they need when they return home. I want to thank my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus for their commitment to supporting our nation's veterans and for recognizing the role that Black veterans play in American history, and to this very day within our U.S. military. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your comments this evening. Thank you so much for your leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus, and thank you for allowing me to co-chair this special hour with our friend, Congresswoman George Beatty. And I would like to yield to George now because I think she has a few historical notations that I think all of our viewers and listeners will benefit from hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Clyburn. Tonight we stand here, and while we talk about the celebration of Black history and Black military men and women, we want to remind everyone that Black history is American history. And I am sure when Carter G. Woodson was thinking about Black history 100 years ago, I know he was not intending it to be only for 1 month, but for us to
kick it off, I'd like to say, in February and continue it for the rest of the year. Tonight, we're reminded that Black military history is not a footnote, it is foundational. From the Revolutionary War to today's all-volunteer force, Black service members have defended this nation with courage, with discipline, and sacrifice, even when this nation did not fully defend them in return. Their service helped win wars. Their leadership strengthened our institutions. Their resilience expanded the promise of American democracy. So as we observe Black History Month, let us commit not only to remembering this history, but to protecting it, teaching it, and honoring those who continue to serve today. Because the strength of our military and the strength of our democracy depend on truth, inclusion, and the respect of those who have carried the burden of service. Black Americans have served in the United States military since the Revolutionary War, with over 350,000 currently serving on active duty or in the reserves, making up approximately 20% of enlisted personnel. As of 2025, 21% of Army soldiers, Black or African American, leadership, while represented in the enlisted ranks, they are underrepresented in the highest leadership levels. Although 40% of the total active duty force consists of people of color. You have heard about Robert Smalls becoming the first Black captain in the United States Navy during the Civil War. You've heard about Colin Powell, the first Black command chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the list goes on and on. Now, we've heard a lot about men, and we've heard about the women who were out there in the fight during the early years fighting for our democracy and freedom. But I am reminded, Mr. Clyburn, when you talked about the Tuskegee Airmen, that yes, it was during World War II that First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt used her platform as a military advocate to challenge segregation and to elevate excellence in the armed forces. She publicly championed the Tuskegee Airmen, whose skills and discipline shattered the lies used to justify exclusion and proved that racism, not readiness, was the real barrier. You see, they were Black, for anyone who might not know that. And by flying with one of them as her pilot, Roosevelt sent an unmistakable message that standing with Black service members was an act of patriotism and put country over hate. But that leads me to someone who lived much of her life until she died in my hometown. Lieutenant Colonel Charity Adams Early, who I finally called Aunt Charity, who mentored me and who taught me much of what I know today, and who always reminded me of barriers and challenges, but always said, move forward and go forward and do those things that will make a difference. You see, she was the first Black woman officer in the Women's Army Corps, commanded the 6888, the Central Postal Directory Battalion, the only all-Black, all-female unit deployed overseas during World War II. Stationed in Europe, her battalion was tasked with clearing a massive backlog of undelivered mail, millions of letters and packages that carriers hoped that the service members would receive, those who were far from home. But this wasn't an ordinary task. It was warehouses for miles and miles. It was given to them because no one else had been able to do it. And certainly those white officers felt that nor would they be able to do it, and it was punishment. But Mr. Speaker, they didn't know the power of Black women. And I want to say thank you to Charity Etna Early and all those that served with her and their families. Because, see, they completed the mission, not only on time, but in record time, delivering those messages from parents and children and friends and loved ones and restoring the morale in the midst of war. Lieutenant Colonel Charity Adams Early was the commanding officer in the 688th Central Postal Directory Battalion. And they were honored just recently here in Congress with the Congressional Gold Medal for her extraordinary work during World War II services. And I am so proud that I could be there that day to witness her family, her two children, Judith and Stanley, as we stood together as she and others were honored. You see, the statistics are long and they are strong about what we have done. And Mr. Clyburn, I thank you for being our historian, for reminding us from the earliest days of this nation that Black Americans have stepped forward to serve, even while enslaved, segregated, and denied basic rights. During the American Revolution, Black patriots fought in the Continental Army. And just this summer, as our nation marked the birthday of the United States Army, we also lifted up Black heroes too often left out of history. Men like you've mentioned, Salem Poor, Peter Salem, James Armistead Lafayette, who served in the Continental Army where it all began. So, Mr. Clyburn, I thank you for allowing me to share a small part in this. And we could go on, but certainly I'd be remiss if I didn't mention during the Civil War, Black service and leadership continued, including the extraordinary contributions of Harriet Tubman. Tubman served as a nurse, an intelligence operative, and a scout. She was part of a movement, part of an army, providing crucial information on Confederate movements and supply lines. And in 1863, she planned and guided the ferry raid, destroying Confederate supplies and freeing more than 700 enslaved people, becoming the first American woman to lead a military operation. Her leadership saved lives, weakened the Confederacy, and reshaped the meaning of military service. So thank you, Mr. Clyburn, for allowing me to share that part, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding back the time. And I inquire how much time we have left.
The gentleman has 19 minutes remaining. 19 minutes.
19? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention a little bit of history here that I think is very meaningful and help to make the point that I really want to make tonight. I attended public and private schools in South Carolina, great schools, before going off to South Carolina State, now University. And when I came to Congress, the South Carolina State had given or produced more African-American general officers than all the military service academies combined. That one little school in Orangeburg, South Carolina. To date, if my memory serves, they have produced 23 general officers. That school was founded in 1896 as what we call an 1890 land-grant school. Because when the land-grant schools were first put into production, it was 1862. In fact, the land grant bill was signed by Abraham Lincoln. And of course, these institutions in the South, like Clemson University in South Carolina, did not allow African Americans to serve. Now, if you look at the legislation that created the Morrill Act, which I have studied, it says that it is to teach agriculture and mechanics. And so we see on a lot of these schools, A&M. In fact, I spent last Friday on the campus of Florida A&M in Tallahassee, Florida. Now, Florida A&M stands for agriculture and mechanical. But in that law, there's another M that very seldom get recognized. And the Morrill Act lists this as part of the training these institutions should undertake. Military. It's in the law. And some of these schools, like South Carolina State, have taken that seriously. And over the years, other land grant schools like Tuskegee Institute. Now, I just mentioned the Tuskegee Airmen who came online during World War II. But after the war, we had contributions from people like Daniel Chappie James. Now, I like to mention Daniel Chappie James because I remember as a kid in those schools I was attending in South Carolina, I would hear all this stuff and read this stuff about Jimmy Doolittle. Well, I've read up on Jimmy Doolittle. He was an outstanding military person, but his resume does not touch the resume of Daniel Chappie James, who became the first African-American four-star general in the Air Force. And Chappie James fought in both the Korean War and the Vietnam War. And in both those wars, he flew 160 missions and is credited with having shot down 26 enemy planes. Where in these textbooks do we hear any discussion of Chappie James? I've never been able to understand what is it about folks who feel that to give one person credit for having done what they did takes something away from another person's contributions. We all believe in this great country, in no need of being made great. It's already great. We all got to learn how to work together so that everybody can benefit from the greatness of this country. It doesn't take anything away from a child sitting in the class with my grandchildren, learning about the contributions, learning about Chappie James. How can that be an insult? It's no insult to my children to learn about Jimmy Doolittle. So why is it an insult to learn about Chappie James? Why? Is it okay for everybody to enjoy the baseball skills of Jackie Robinson? And that's all right to put in the books his contributions to sports. But before Jackie Robinson ever set foot on Ebbets Field, he was in the military. He served honorably in the United States military. And that's been recognized by our military institutions. So why would this administration take Jackie Robinson's military records out of our archives? It's okay for him to be a baseball player. It's okay for him to entertain, but not okay for us to recognize him for his military skills. That to me, I don't quite understand. I don't understand why it is that we let all of these contributions of entertainers be celebrated. But when it comes to academia, when it comes to the military, it all becomes wokeness. I have yet to hear one person apply that term to sports people, entertainers. That, to me, tells it all. And so I think that as we pause to recognize not just the 100th anniversary of the Black History Celebration, I want to say something about that too, because I really get a little nervous when I hear people misrepresent the history of this. Now, Carter G. Woodson started in 1915 and 16 trying to get our country to recognize what he called Black History Week. And he finally got the country, I think 1926, to recognize it. And it became Black History Week. And when I was a student, that's when we celebrated it. But I want the record to be clear, because I want our history to be what it is, not what somebody says it is. Carter G. Woodson was offered the opportunity to designate the week that we should celebrate Black history. It was Carter G. Woodson who decided that it should be in February. Now, the reason he picked the week he did, because he wanted to embrace the birthdays of two people. February 12th, the birthday of Abraham Lincoln. February 14th, the birthday of Frederick Douglass. That's why it was done. And thanks to the visionary leadership of President Gerald Ford. Maybe Gerald Ford was a woke president. It was Gerald Ford who decided that we should have Black History Month. He made that decision. Was Gerald Ford a woke president? I think he was an enlightened president, a mature thinker. And I would hope that we will all get to the place in our society that we are mature enough to step outside of our comfort zone sometime, mature enough to recognize the contributions of others, mature enough to have in our textbooks the contributions of people that we call geniuses. You know, it's okay for us to learn about the light bulb, but we don't seem to want to learn everything about the light bulb. The fact that bulb couldn't work until Lewis Latimer's filament got put in it. It was Lewis Latimer's filament. Lewis Latimer, the son of former slaves, who collaborated with Thomas Edison. Edison's bulb, Lewis Latimer, filament. Makes it work. Thomas Edison was mature enough to step outside of his comfort zone and sit down with the son of former slaves, Lewis Latimer, and get his filament to put in his light bulb. And Lewis Latimer was mature enough to collaborate with Thomas Edison. I would hope that all of us in this body can get mature enough to recognize everybody's contributions and not be insulted by what may be the contributions of one as opposed to another. So I want to thank you, Ms. Beatty, for joining me in this special hour. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I have not tested your time tonight.
How much time do we have left?
Got a little more time.
I'm sorry?
He said we have time left.
How much time do you have left? You have about 4 minutes left.
I do have 4 minutes. Well, I'd like to yield 2 of those minutes to Joyce Beatty, and she could take off 4 if she wants.
Thank you, Mr. Clyburn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say thank you for not only giving us information about blacks serving in the military, but also reminding us of our rich history and how everyone benefits. Thus, Black history is American history. But let us be clear. America cannot move forward by erasing the people who propelled it forward. Currently, this administration is looking to erase the impact of women and Black Americans from our military, from brutal attacks on Black history to Secretary Hessex attempting to remove women from combat roles. The message is clear. Clearly, President Trump does not value the contributions of Black Americans or women in our nation's military, but still they rise. Still we rise because we understand that an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And today that legacy lives on through the more than 350,000 Black Americans currently serving in uniform and more than 2 million Black Americans who are veterans. They serve with that same courage, that same resilience, that same excellence as those who came before them. And Mr. Clyburn, thanks for reminding us about being woke, because the opposite is being asleep. And I'm sure we don't want anyone to not be woke when they're fighting for our freedom, when they're fighting for our justice. So as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, in this Congress, I ask that we remember the things that we shared and we move forward with an open mind and a mind of the words that we so frequently say: freedom and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Clyburn, and I'll yield back the balance for you to close us out.
How much time do you have left? 2 minutes, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to close in something a bit more general, because I have been wrestling with this for the better part of the last 4 or 5 years. And it's Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from the Birmingham City Jail. King, when he wrote that letter, said something that I want to leave us with tonight. King was told that the officials in Birmingham wanted him to leave Birmingham because they said he was a disruptive force, and they thought that his cause was right, but his timing was wrong. And King wrote this to those people who wrote him the letter. He said, time is never right, time is never wrong. Time is always what we make it. And then he concluded that he was coming to the belief that the people of ill will in our society was making a much better use of time than the people of goodwill. And then he closed saying, we are going to be made to repent, not just for the vitriolic words and actions of bad people, but for the appalling silence of good people. There are a lot going on in our country today for which we need to speak up about. And if we remain silent, we are going to be made to repent. And we may see that our democracy is no longer with us. And now you're back.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Under Speaker's announcement policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today we rise to discuss the important issue of home affordability. As you just saw on this floor, we passed with bipartisan support, led by our chairman of the Financial Services Committee, French Hill, from the great state of Arkansas, a 390-9 vote to promote the idea of home affordability, the ultimate American dream. But sadly, as we've recognized over the last few years, that dream has come further and further away for too many Americans. But starting today, we are moving in the right direction so that we might reduce those barriers to affordability and simply rely on the great economic lesson of increasing supply will reduce the costs. So our first speaker tonight is from the state of Kentucky, who serves on our Financial Services Committee. And with that, I recognize the Congressman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Housing for the 21st Century Act, a bill that advances exactly what Americans voted for: fewer bureaucrats, more builders, lower costs, and real results. Right now, families across America are still recovering from Biden-era inflation, sky-high interest rates, and a Washington regulatory state that makes it harder and more expensive to build a home. The radical left's answer is always more government, more mandates, more red tape. Well, that's how we got into this mess. Republicans have a better answer: build more homes, faster, better, and cheaper. The solution to inflation, the solution to higher costs, is always more supply. The reason why we have the affordability challenges in housing, Mr. Speaker, is because we have an inventory shortage. And Republicans are offering solutions to provide more housing stock to lower the cost for the American people and deliver on that American dream of homeownership. This bill cuts through the regulatory chokehold that Washington has imposed on housing. It streamlines permitting, modernizes outdated federal programs, and gets the federal government out of the way so builders can do what they do best: build. It empowers local communities, not central planners in Washington, D.C. It supports community banks, and it focuses on supply-side solutions, not failed subsidies that only drive prices higher. Under President Donald Trump, we proved that when you cut regulations, Unleash private investment and trust American workers, the economy grows and families thrive. This bill applies that same America First pro-growth approach to housing. Instead of telling Americans how to live, this legislation helps them own a home, raise a family, and build wealth, the foundation of the American dream. Mr. Speaker, I love the fact that this legislation focuses on over-regulation of manufactured housing, an outstanding solution for many low and moderate income individuals who just can't get there in terms of a down payment or just can't get there in terms of the monthly payment. But manufactured housing, especially in rural America, is a great solution for a lower down payment and a lower monthly payment. But burdensome HUD regulations have been an impediment to unleashing more manufactured housing stock for Americans. This bill provides solution to that, eliminating ridiculous regulations that really impede manufactured housing. But, Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, I want to spend my time here tonight to highlight the section of the bill that provides regulatory relief for community banks. To drive down costs, we need to make it easier for those community-based lenders to originate residential construction loans and development loans to address the shortage of inventory. More supply means lower costs, and more provision of capital into the real economy from community financial institutions that know the borrower, that have a relationship with that builder, the more supply of housing stock to help lower the cost. Inflation and high prices is always a function of a supply-demand mismatch. And if we can help incentivize more capital formation and lending to the builders, the entrepreneurs who provide additional housing for Americans, especially in that 1 to 4 residential construction zone, the better in terms of affordability for Americans. According to the FDIC, approximately 60% of 1 to 4 family residential construction and development loans were held by banks with assets under $10 billion in assets. Those are the community banks. So lowering the regulatory costs on those institutions in particular is critical to increasing the supply of housing. So this bill, which does exactly that, which lowers the regulatory burden on those community financial institutions that provide the bulk of these construction loans, this is the bill that the Financial Services Committee passed. And we passed it with bipartisan support because the problem is obvious. We don't have enough housing, and Washington is making it worse. So the solution is also obvious. Stop standing in the way. Mr. Speaker, this legislation rejects the left's obsession with central planning and embraces free enterprise, local control, and common sense. It puts builders back to work and expands housing supply, and it helps bring costs down for hardworking Americans. That's why I urge my colleagues to support Housing for the 21st Century Act and deliver real America First solutions for the people we serve, and enhance regulatory tailoring for those community financial institutions, cutting red tape, streamlining bank exams and outdated thresholds so well-run banks can focus on lending, not paperwork, expanding community and rural banks' access to stable deposits so that they can lend locally and support small businesses and households, and supporting rural banks, encouraging new bank formation, and providing regulators flexibility to handle failures without hurting local access to banking. I want to especially thank Chairman Hill for inclusion in this legislation, a version of my bill, the Promoting New Bank Formation Act, which allows for a phase-in of capital requirements for new banks to make it easier for de novo charters. We have seen a dearth and a decline in de novo charters. The more community-based lenders, the better. And the more community banks that are formed in this country, the more competition and choice, the more access to capital for those construction and development loans. That means lower home prices, more homes, more access to the American dream of home ownership for the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues and thank all of my colleagues, most of my colleagues, for supporting this bill tonight, the Housing for the 21st Century Act, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Barr. As he mentioned,
higher construction costs, more regulatory delays, outdated zoning laws, and of course, the desperate need for more community banks in the process. I now want to yield some time to a fellow member of the Financial Services Committee, Congressman Stutzman from the state of Indiana. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Herodopoulos, for organizing this evening's event. I'm proud to say that this body just passed the Housing for the 21st Century Act in a strong bipartisan manner. Owning a home is the American dream. It's one of the best investments any person can possibly make here in America. At a time when too many American families are struggling to afford a home, House Republicans are taking meaningful action to address one of the most pressing challenges facing our country. Indiana remains one of the most affordable states for home ownership in the country, but I know the dream of owning a home is still out of reach for many Hoosiers. Every day, I hear from families that work hard, save their money, and still cannot find a place to call their own. Unfortunately, this is true not just for families in my district, but for the families across the country as well. House Republicans have heard these concerns and have responded with legislation that will directly help more Americans achieve the dream of home ownership. Instead of throwing more taxpayer dollars at ineffective government programs, we are restoring housing affordability by getting government out of the way. Included in this package are many common sense bipartisan reforms, and among them, my Streamlined Rural Housing Act. And I want to thank Chairman Hill for including this in this package. Today, rural housing projects in Indiana and across the country that rely on both HUD and USDA programs must undergo two separate environmental reviews. This duplicative process drives up costs for developers, it delays construction, and discourages the very investment we need to expand affordable rural housing. My bill requires HUD and USDA to establish a joint environmental review process so that these projects no longer face redundant oversight. The result is simple: fewer delays, lower costs, and more homes built for working families across the country. This package also delivers several other important housing reforms. One such reform, led by my colleague on the Financial Services Committee from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, removes the permanent chassis requirement for manufactured homes. This simple fix will reduce unnecessary costs and help families move into new homes more quickly on day one. The package further modernizes long-standing programs so that federal housing tools better match our current market realities. It provides local communities with greater flexibility to invest in housing solutions tailored to meet their needs and encourages private investments to expand supply where it is needed the most. Mr. Speaker, this is what a Republican Congress and President Trump were elected to do, and we are delivering results for the American people. We're cutting red tape, and we're restoring the American dream of home ownership. I am proud to have supported the Housing for the 21st Century Act, and I look forward to its swift consideration in the Senate. Now, I'll yield back to my colleague.
Thank you, Congressman Stutzman. As discussed, one of the major issues which caused this housing affordability crisis in America is simply the fact that in the last 4 years, at least 10 million people have come into this country illegally. And it has caused the reality that when you have too much demand and not enough supply, prices go up. And so we are pleased that we are meeting that demand, and we're doing it in a common sense way by reducing those barriers to entry, whether it be through banks, duplicate regulations, or the zoning laws that simply don't work. And this good work by our chairman, Chairman Hill, and the chairman of the subcommittee, Chairman Flood, have really made a difference. I now want to yield the time for the congressman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy is recognized.
I thank my colleague and friend from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for organizing this. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Housing for the 21st Century Act. I support this because it's good policy, and I support it because my constituents want me to support this. But I support it because my children and grandchildren deserve better than what we are currently delivering. For example, I have a family member who has gone to medical school. This individual has taken out enormous amounts of debt to achieve that significant opportunity to become a doctor.
and currently is in that practice. At the same time, this individual has taken on the burden of a home mortgage, which in the state that this individual resides in is costing up to $500,000 for that individual to just buy a home and take on a mortgage. And when added to the medical school debt, this individual in the early 30s is subject to $1 million of debt. In the state of Utah, the median home price, the state of Utah where I'm from, the median home price is more than $500,000. In other states that many people are moving to, you're looking at $300,000 to $500,000 just to buy a home, a starter home. These costs are unacceptable. They're multifactorial in how they've been driven as well. The reality behind, and I'm a doctor and most people around here know that, is to cure cancer, there's not just one simple answer. And when it comes to the unaffordability associated with housing costs, there's not just one answer there. And that's why I'm so proud to support and have voted in favor of Housing for the 21st Century Act. And I call on my friends in the Senate to pass this along as well. And I want to thank Chairman French Hill for his leadership in confronting the housing affordability crisis with practical and pro-growth reforms. I also appreciate President Trump's leadership and his focus on making the American dream attainable, again, for hardworking families. President Trump is not serving for his own benefit. He's serving because he believes in the future of the United States of America. And as we look to America 250 and the next 250 years of America's success, we need to focus on policies that are going to fulfill the American dream, which home ownership is integral to. The American dream is getting more and more out of reach as housing costs continue to climb. While demand soars, the country remains stalled by a 5.5 million unit shortfall. Between the red tape of regulatory delays and the rigid constraints of zoning, the path to affordable living is being made more difficult to navigate, and it is American families who are paying the price. As one of the fastest growing states in the nation, this is a harsh reality for Utahns. We face one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation, and too many families are being priced out of the American dream. The truth is simple. When the government makes it slow, expensive, and unpredictable to build houses, the cost gets passed along to families. This bill attacks that problem by reducing regulatory costs and delays that make housing more expensive in the first place. It encourages zoning reform the right way. It respects local control and gives communities tools and flexibility to expand housing supply rather than forcing one-size-fits-all mandates from Washington. It expands opportunities for rural housing developments by ensuring rural communities aren't left behind and directing real attention and resources to rural housing needs. It strengthens accountability at HUD by demanding more transparency, more meaningful oversight, so taxpayers get results, not bureaucracy. Making the American dream attainable requires us to make housing affordable again, and I appreciate President Trump and Chairman Hill for leading on reforms that prioritize supply, affordability, and accountability. Thank you to my friend and colleague, Mr. Herodopoulos, for organizing this, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. As we address these issues that you saw from the poster board, illegal immigration has a true cost, whether it be increasing demand, let alone the vital services that are strained under that increased number of people in a very short period of time. I now yield to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing, who also serves on the Financial Services Committee.
Well, first I want to thank my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for arranging this special order. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6644, the Housing for the 21st Century Act. Americans across the country are feeling the squeeze of a very real housing crisis. The National Association of Realtors estimates that the average first-time buyer was 40 years old in the year 2025. In my home state of Montana, the estimates show the median home price of a home exceeds $500,000. The internet and social media are filled with testimonies critiquing sky-high housing prices in hotspots like Bozeman, where starter homes can exceed $1 million. For once, both sides of the aisle agree. The root cause of this crisis lies in the supply side. Put simply, we do not have enough homes to meet the demand. So what should we do? Throwing money at a problem rarely fixes it. What Americans deserve are concrete, common-sense regulatory reforms that make it easier to build more homes.
The Housing for the 21st Century Act achieves this by removing unnecessary regulatory barriers, modernizing HUD programs, and enhancing community banking operations to expand lending for buyers and builders alike. What's more, our bill accomplishes this with no new permanent programs and no new spending. We are simply getting the government out of the way. I cannot be more enthusiastic to endorse this legislation, and I thank Chairman Hill and Chairman Flood for their hard work getting it to the floor today, where it passed on a bipartisan basis by a vote of 390 to 9. Looking forward, I believe we have the opportunity to make even more progress on housing by addressing reforms to the Build America, Buy America, or BABA, and reauthorizing the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act, or NAHASDA. Don't let the name fool you. BABA may sound patriotic, but mandating BABA compliance for HUD-funded projects hamstrings builders by dictating how they source materials, driving up the cost of construction, and increasing the time to market. We also cannot afford to forget about our tribal communities. Montana is home to 12 distinct tribal nations, and NAHASDA reauthorization and modernization would be a game changer for them. NAHASDA is a lifeline for Indian country, and its authorization lapsed after fiscal year 2013. This law consolidated and authorized Indian housing programs which provide tribes greater autonomy when using federal resources for housing projects on tribal lands. Mr. Speaker, homeownership is a cornerstone of the American dream. Families should not have to wait decades before buying their first house. Kids should grow up playing in the living room of their childhood home, not a rental. Sadly, what was once a reality is fast becoming just that, a dream. The American people are looking to Congress for a solution. Let's give them one by getting this bill to President Trump's desk as soon as possible. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Representative Downing. And I thought your words were spot on. Simply getting the government out of the way. This is not about spending. This is about common sense and releasing the idea of the American free market system. And it really shows the support this has by, again, a 390 to 9 level of support in this bipartisan effort as we are simply increasing supply in order to reduce costs. Next, I'd like to yield time for the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. My good friend, Mr. Herodopoulos from Florida, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the pursuit of the American dream, the dream of one day owning a home, is quickly becoming increasingly unattainable for so many Americans, thanks in part to costly regulations and market factors. With housing prices surging, evidence shows that we have a supply problem, but let's look more into why this might be. In my home state of Colorado, regulations account for 39% of the cost of building a new home. 39% of the cost is government-imposed regulation. For those who might be wondering what that means, that's if you pay $5, $2 of that is just because of regulation. That's what's causing the problem. Government should exist to provide order and protection for its citizens. It shouldn't be there with overbearing mandates that make life more difficult and expensive, especially for something as fundamental as property and home ownership. And one of the contributing factors to these regulatory costs is the agenda-informed energy codes that states like Colorado are mandating. They ignore science, and they even push aside stakeholders, builders, the people who actually build the homes and make this American dream. They push them aside in the creation process. Unelected bureaucrats have mandated these energy codes, blinded in their pursuit of climate change altering results. Instead, I argue these codes should promote affordability, and they should decrease the regulatory burden on our home builders instead of increasing that burden. Simply put, it's impossible to achieve a more affordable home building atmosphere
while adding to regulations and adding those to the books instead of removing them. Mr. Speaker, it really is that simple. To incentivize states to roll back these mandates, I introduced the Freeing Residential Affordable Markets from Excess Regulations, or FRAMER Act. This piece of legislation would require states to reimburse home builders for the cost difference between state-mandated energy codes and the Department of Housing and Urban Development's minimum standard for homes built within federal opportunity zones. And stakeholders in my district, builders and citizens who want to reach the American dream, they tell me that the cost of energy code mandates totals in the thousands in added costs, and in some cases, tens of thousands of dollars is added cost for a home. It's long overdue that states change their ways. And if we want to make housing more affordable, then we have to make it cheaper for home builders to do what they want to do, build. And the only way we can do this is to get the government out of the way and remove these costly regulations that are only increasing the cost of housing across America to help every American realize the American dream. And removing that regulation is part of what the Housing for the 21st Century Act does. It cuts red tape, and it makes a difference for average Americans. And I am very proud to have supported this piece of legislation. I do hope that the Senate will take this up, get it over to the President so that he can sign it. And with that, I thank my friend from Florida for the time, and I would yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Crankin. Thank you for putting in perspective the true costs here due to government regulations and red tape. Mr. Speaker, I now yield time for the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie?
Thank you, Mr. Herodopoulos, my good friend from Florida, and thank you to Chairman Hill and the members of the Financial Services Committee that helped bring this piece of legislation, the Housing for the 21st Century, onto the House floor and helped get it passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. Throughout our nation, the American people are experiencing a housing crisis that has been years in the making. From 2020 to 2024, the cost of a home soared 37%. Over that same period, rents increased 24%. Many communities, including those that I represent in the Lehigh Valley and the Poconos, have seen even sharper increases. In Allentown, home prices have increased 63% in the past 5 years, while rents have risen 44%. Working Americans who were already squeezed by the worst inflation in decades have been stretched to the limit by these increases, dashing their hopes and derailing their plans. For millions of hardworking Americans, especially young people, renting has become a painful burden and home ownership has become a near impossibility. Apartments in cities should not be reserved only for those who can afford luxury units. They should be accessible to all working Americans who can keep our cities running and keep them safe. Houses shouldn't be limited to those who have a lifetime of accumulated assets. They should be available to young families and those just starting out who scrap and save to afford a reasonable down payment. But what we have seen is after years of bad economic policies in the Biden administration, those inflationary prices have actually made it that the first-time home buyer had risen to the age of 40. For millions of Americans striving to afford the American dream, we hear you and we see you. That's why this Financial Services Committee, led by Chairman Hill, has brought this legislation to the floor. It's why the administration and President Trump are speaking out about changes to our housing situation right here in the United States. Congress is now working in a bipartisan way to resolve this issue and bring back housing affordability. In 2025, as a part of the Working Families Tax Cuts, we passed what's been called the largest expansion ever of affordable housing tax credits.
Our reforms to the low-income housing tax credit are predicted to create 1.2 million additional affordable housing units over the next decade, helping millions more Americans access the high-quality affordable housing they deserve. We've also passed legislation like the SPEED Act, clearing away bureaucratic obstacles that are slowing down constructions and driving up costs. And today, the Housing for the 21st Century Act will help us take an additional step forward. This bipartisan legislation tackles some of the biggest challenges driving today's housing shortage: cutting red tape, streamlining federal processes, and using public policy to support housing production rather than slow it down. By enabling jurisdictions to adopt ready-to-use, pre-approved home designs, it helps builders focus on building instead of navigating unnecessary bureaucracy. By modernizing key HUD programs and coordinating outdated review processes, it ensures that the department supports construction and opportunity rather than standing in the way. And by expanding flexible financing tools for community and neighborhood lenders, it empowers them to do what they do best: serve local communities and help power America's housing comeback. We know that solving the housing crisis requires a lot of changes from our state and local government partners, but we in the federal government have a role to play as well, where we can help facilitate these changes as opposed to more bureaucracy or rules that stand in the way of American talent and ingenuity. By embracing these reforms, we help grow the housing supply, expand opportunity, and unlock the American dream for millions of Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. We appreciate your good words and putting in perspective of what folks in Pennsylvania face every day because of the rising housing costs through the years. As I get ready to close, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank, first of all, again, Chairman Hill. I have the pleasure of being in that committee, and it is so exciting to see a chairman who brings everyone together in a bipartisan fashion to pass common sense legislation. And it's been highlighted throughout the day today is the fact that it's not about spending more money, it's about reducing the regulatory burden that has caused prices to rise so radically, as Congressman Crank brought up from the state of Colorado. And let's not forget, again, why we're facing this crisis. One is illegal immigration, 10 million people, increasing the demand when there's not enough supply, literally 5.5 million units short. Second, let's not forget that when the Biden administration began, the interest rates were 2.7%. It got as high as 7.8%. And to understand that number, to put it in perspective, in the community that I live in, that means you're paying $1,200 more a month in interest payments, going from under 3% to almost 8% because of big government spending programs that simply failed in the Biden economy. And finally, has been highlighted by Mr. McKenzie and others tonight, the regulatory burden on both the federal level and the state level and the local level were so duplicative that you had costs rising dramatically. So this bill tackles each of those issues. We've tackled illegal immigration. We're tackling the interest rate issue as it's finally coming down. And finally, the regulatory burden will be reduced so that we'll liberate folks once again from this high regulation, big government debacle. And so I want to thank each of the speakers tonight: Congressman Barr from Kentucky, Congressman Stutzman from Indiana, Congressman Kennedy from Utah, Congressman Downing from Montana, and Congressman Crank from Colorado, along with Congressman McKenzie from Pennsylvania, for lending their comments tonight, as well as our speaker tonight, who encourages us every step of the way. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity tonight. This is so important that for once we're showing that Washington can work. You rarely see in a substantive bill like this a 390-9 vote. We can come together when good ideas are shared, and I'm just so proud of the work done by the Financial Services Committee and the staff which is with us tonight. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Would the gentleman like to make a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do adjourn.
The question is the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, our debate.